We could do
came off. It's American Death Israel. And the fire door on 76 was locked.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. Come on.
Well. We are back again, and we should be. Hopefully, if I've got it correct, we should be live, right? Yeah, done it now, what, 5 years? Probably a bit longer, but yeah, just a beginner. Let's go with that. So, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night, wherever you are in this absolutely insane world that we live in. Holy moly! Where do you even begin? At the beginning. Yeah, wherever that is, right? Answers on a postcard. Let's go with that. So we're back again. We should be hopefully cooking by gas. And I think if I check here, we should be on YouTube and X tonight. So we're right across the board. And I reckon we will be, at least at the start, we're going to get into a couple of slides. I've got about maybe 32, probably more. So that's about, I don't know, 2 hours free, possibly. So we're talking slides, and we're talking not a first responder, but a flight attendant. And I won't give away the name. I won't give away the name yet, right? Because, well, you'll see why, right? But we'll get to that. We'll get to the flight attendant. You could probably guess if you do know a wee bit about it. So we're going to get to that probably a bit later in the stream, mainly because we'll get the slides done, and I'm still a bit unsure about in terms of our recent, of late, technical issues in regards to trying to screen share and sharing videos and what have you. It's been a bit, well, it's not been great, right? So I reckon, what have I done? Why is this not working? Bear with me 2 secs. Oh, there we go. We're all good. I couldn't see the screen. The comments on the screen. But they're there now. I can see it. We're all good. We're cooking by gas. And I'm hoping, I mean, what's the dog doing? The plan is it'll go down without any technical glitches or errors. But hey, it is what it is, right? We're here, we're back again. What can I say? God granted, we'll keep going, and so many things now. I mean, I guess I laugh due to, if you don't laugh, then you're going to cry. Let's be honest, right? When you really get down to it, when you start to get down to the real bones of the world that we're in, you know, the skeleton, if you like, and you begin to see it for what it is in all its glory. And it can be daunting, it can be testing, let's say, for many people. And hey, I can only speak for myself, but I've spoke to many people in the past of late, and they've said similar. You know, once you begin to see it all, and you struggle, and I've seen it. It can be tough. I guess that's a kind of, you could say, a kind of price of knowing, a price of knowledge. So a lot of the time as well, in the world that we're in, you have to be careful with what you wish for, right? You go digging around, and you might find something that you don't like, and it's not good. And it puts you in a bad state of mind or frame of mind. I get it. And we're all different at the end of the day. We're on the coffee tonight. Do you know, but it can be tough. So I get it. So it's not for everyone in terms of looking into different events that happen or are put upon us, if you like. And 9/11 is it's like the ultimate example of so many things, man. So many things. And not only that, I mean, the day itself, so much happened in such a short space of time, but the lasting effects from it, absolutely phenomenal, mind-blowing. I mean, the day itself, completely and utterly baffling to just about everyone on the day. But the traumatic effect from it is, I mean, you can't, there's no comparison that we've seen, or at least that I've seen in my lifetime. I don't think there's any comparison to the traumatic effect that they created on 9/11. And I mean, do you know, when I think back to the news, I guess the British news and American news, probably the news channels in every country right across the world for about, I don't know, 4 weeks plus solid, day in, day out. The towers, the planes, the towers, the planes, the towers coming down, the towers coming down. The people, I'm not so sure about them showing the jumpers, but the towers, yeah, definitely coming down, coming down, coming down on repeat, on loop, being talked over, commentated on, day in, day out. I mean, imagine the effect it had on people in early days in the whole saga, in the very early stages. People were they were truly gripped to it, glued to it, needed to know, wanted to know. A lot of American people, within the blink of an eye, right, give me a gun. Where do we go? Who do we shoot? Who's going to pay the price for it? On the very day, on the streets of New York, right, who's going to pay? Who's going to pay? Someone needs to pay. And then in the blink of an eye, it was Osama bin Laden. Of course. which a few people, at least Bill Cooper, seem to predict that would be the case, or they're going to blame Bin Laden. There's going to be an attack on America or Israel, and they're going to blame it on Bin Laden, but don't believe it, because it won't be him. That's what Bill Cooper said before it happened. I mean, regardless of what you think about Bill Cooper, I mean, the man called that to a T. He called it to a T. And I do remember the guy Richie from Boston saying, oh, Bill Cooper predicted 9/11. He must be, he's got to be a shill and an FBI, I don't know, a shill, right? An actor. And I've mentioned this before, and then Richie from Boston went on to say, oh, I predicted the pandemic. And it's like, well, wait, what would that not, going by your logic, would that not then make you an actor or a shell? I mean, he's given it, oh, how could you predict 9/11? Quite easily, if you had been watching, in particular, CNN, when Bill Cooper was watching it, you'd have probably thought the same. You'd have thought, yeah, there's going to be an attack. You might not have thought it was, if you like, a false flag attack, but I mean, most people today, I think they do surveys about it, and then even the majority of the sheeple today are a bit like, it's actually, I don't believe the official narrative on 9/11. It's an interesting topic if you talking to people. It's not one that often comes up these days, to be fair. And I guess in the future it'll probably be somehow maybe forgotten about to a certain extent. But it's still quite raw for a lot of people. They can't see it, they can't watch it, they don't want to know, oh, 1 million people died and Bin Laden done it. And it can be traumatic, and it brings it right back like it's not went away. Do you know, it was that deep rooted. And that was the conditioning, the programming of the daily dose of repetitive video after video on loop constantly. And I don't think they would even do that today, to be fair. Well, they probably would, but what I'm meaning is, when you think about today, the building coming down and the planes, I don't think they would even show you it on the news. Oh, it's too graphic. People are too sensitive. Yeah, but in 2001, they played it and played it and played it. And of course, one of the aims there, at least in my view, was the traumatic effect, just drilling it home, man, seared into the brain of, well, any adult who sat down and watched it and got hypnotized by it. Like I said, I was only 13 at the time. So for me, I just watched a wee bit, and then I went and played my Nintendo 64. I think I even remember playing, it was a game called Banjo and Kazooie. So that was me at 13. All right, okay, Twin Towers. But then later in life, it's came back. It's became a topic that I've been drawn to for, well, a good few years now. Kind of a bit more than other topics. Similar to the moon landing, it's another topic that it's got this kind of magnetic draw. I'm going to call it that. I don't know what that is, but we're going to call it that. There's other things, I guess, but in terms of content, that's probably the two things. But I enjoy it, for me. Do you know? I know for some people it's not everyone's cup of tea, or it wouldn't float everyone's boat, if you like. But for me, it does. I'm big on my history in particular. So anything any events in the past, I like to look into it, examine it, look at the source, look at the information, but who provided it? Who's the source? Where did it come from? And never forget as well the 5 W's. In my history class, my history teacher, that was what she pushed the most. First, begin with the 5 W's, right? Which, of course, is everybody would know here, surely. What is it again? I'll probably get it wrong now. Oh, fucking hell. So who, right? Who, what, where, why, when. That's basically, in my view, your starting point, right? And then you work from there. And it was interesting. I loved history because when I was being taught history, there was so much to it that I kind of never expected in terms of the information gathering, reliable sources, and where to get information from. And it's a bit like, I guess, investigative work, journalistic work. And people have came on and said, oh, well done, great journalism and stuff. But I'm not a journalist. I've never claimed to be. I would never claim to be a journalist. Even though I would agree that I'm probably a better journalist than most of the mainstream media. But then again, that would not be hard. Let's face it. Not today. There's no journalists in the mainstream media, so it wouldn't be hard. But we do live in this world where people are like, every individual's like a journalist and got this platform where they can post or share and put information out there, which is kind of taken as news. And it's strange. It's hard to imagine how we kind of got to where we are, to be honest. And I think X, the Twitter platform, I mean, people say, oh, I go there for my news. And I think, fucking, is that where people get news now? They'll just go to X and get the news. So I do wonder. It's an interesting one. I mean, you could say it's diluted journalism to an extent. And there's so much now, it's a lot harder to try and pinpoint true sources and real information, genuine information. And I think we're seeing that more and more, in particular, even today and yesterday, whatever happened in America with the shooting. I mean, already I've noticed, and I've not even really looked into it yet, but I've noticed so much surrounding it and so much that looks potentially just thrown in for the sake of it. I don't know, for views or potentially to mix up the story. But you notice things when you stand back and you observe it, you take it all in, you begin to kind of build a picture. And we are, in terms of AI, deep fake, every single person's a journalist, society. What the hell can you believe, man? There's nothing that you can believe, right? You can't. You would have to do your very own digging. And you know what they say? They say, if you want something done, do it yourself, man. So similar to what Bill Cooper used to say, you would read it, listen, but don't buy it, don't buy it. Unless you can prove it, then that's fair game, right? But until that point, don't take it for granted. Take it with a pinch of microplastics, right? You will be anyway. And that's another topic. I was kind of drawn to that, going back to even maybe 2020. And we discussed microplastics. We did kind of make a few predictions, and pretty much they all came true. But hey, it is what it is, right? We'll get back to them in the future, because it won't go away, of course. It will not go away. I mean, when you're dealing with the powers that be, they are masters at dragging it out. Just dragging it out, man. Excruciatingly dragging it out. So they'll kick the very arse right out of it constantly and just recycle and change and chop and change and bring it out and bring it back, and they're masters at that. But none of that is, all that's got its purpose, of course, when you're dealing with the manipulation of the masses, right? But they're genuine masters at it, and so much more. They're masters at deception. I mean, that's the bottom line. I kind of lost my place there. Shit, where was it going with it? Where was it going with that? We lost our place. But we're in, I mean, the bottom line I was trying to get to is there's so much now. You've really got to be careful if you're in a position, let's say, like we've seen in 2020, 2021 with the Wonder Juice. And a lot of people now regret it big time. But of course, the people who didn't take the jump, didn't make the leap of faith, if you like. None of us regret it. But other people, unfortunately, do, even if they've got the luck of still being here. And that's another topic that I was drawn to that immediately when it's going back to the birth of the channel, pretty much. Kicked off, started in 2019. And then, of course, the rest's history. And it kind of, for a long time, became mainly about the circus of 2020. Mainly due to concern. I wanted to be sure as well about information. But the whole thing was like a real concern, man. Like, where the fuck is this going here? And then there was talk of the juice, and then the juice did come, and it's like, oh dear. It's not going to be good. And it's not been good. But hey, that was 2020, right? Just forget it. It doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter now. That's what some people have said to me in the past. Just forget it, man. No chance. We'll be coming back to that, that's for sure. But what we'll do is we'll say hello. What are we, about half an hour now? So we'll say hello, and then we'll get into a few different slides, and hopefully, if it works, right, we can get a video or two. We might be chancing it at two, to be honest. What did we get here? A starred member. Abadabadoo. Is it Yabadabadoo? I don't know why that's came up. I don't know if it's from today or from another day, but good evening to the dog in the hood. Let's go to the very beginning. We'll say hello, and then we'll get cracking. Hopefully we can get an audio check, because we're a bit setup's not great. Last minute setup. Do you know, it's one of those days where more hurry, less speed. Just me? Probably just me. More hurry, less speed. Hey, do you know what? My dad said that all the time growing up. And when I think back, I could never quite understand it as a young kid. But the older I got, it's like, yeah, I get it now. I get it. I totally get it. And Anybody else? Oh, Nathan. Good to see you, Nathan, in the hood. Is that the first comment? Yeah, we're all good. One day we'll get it right. Amber's here. Good to see you, Amber. Yeah, I think I put the someone put the wrong time, and it was me, right? So Norman Norman came about 12 hours early, and then of course, yeah, well, I would be late, although quite early for being late. I wasn't too late, right? But good to see Norman. And yeah, what happened clearly is I put AM instead of PM. Hey, we live and learn, right? What is AM? Oh, that's at night time. All right, okay. So we're back again. I hope you're doing well, Norman, and I'll catch you. I think Norman's on a stream tonight, and I look forward to catching that. And Nathan, Norman, and why is it not working? Oh, Jay Hart's in the hood. Good to see you, Jay Hart. We might have to come out of the comments even. Was at work early, starting trim on a house, and heard what was going on when a friend called, turned on the radio and knew it was going to be war. Told the guys to pack up and go home for the day. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I think a lot of people got sent home. Although I remember a lot of the school children, the different schools, they even had the camera, and I've done it's in a few of the videos that I've done. They've got the camera in the school and they're filming the students and they're watching it. You know, the telly, the big TV, it would be on a fucking, like a trolley, like a four-wheeled trolley, big tall telly. Well, big, like a stand on wheels with a TV on it. And they would wheel it in and out the classrooms, like for your daily dose of programming. And you knew what, you always thought, well, I don't know, maybe not, but I did. You always kind of thought when you got to watch the TV, it was a bit of a skive and it was easy, and little did we know it was probably getting programmed. But what they did is they had that and they put it in all the classrooms and the students got to watch it. And I thought, fucking hell, that's a bit, I mean, what would be the benefit to that? Just send them home, right? Just get them sent home and everyone get home, or go and help if you can. But there was this fixation on seeing it and watching it. Maybe even still today, to be honest. Quite incredible. So you sent them home. Did they get paid for the rest of the day? Or is that chancing it, right? We'll just pay you half your wage for the day. Yeah, and you knew, that's quite interesting. You knew straight away it was going to be war. Straight away, the blood was boiling. Right, where's that fucking Bin Laden? He's getting it. Yeah, I seen several different video clips from, it was ground zero, but on the day, buildings still, I think they were even, no, I think they were down. The buildings were down, and there was a group of people, and they were all out in the street giving it. Well, someone's got to pay for it. Someone's got to pay. So they were gunning. And I think a lot of people, when Bush came out and said, all right, yeah, we're going to war, a lot of Americans, they signed up to the military. And evidently a lot of them lost their life as well. And I don't know how many Afghanis or Iraqis, but I'd imagine most of them, if not all of them, probably innocent. And I remember seeing a documentary talking about the Americans when they first went into Iraq or Afghanistan. They couldn't even find any Taliban. They were like non-existent. And the guys, there was like a general being asked, oh, how many Taliban have you killed? None. How many have you found? None. And I think that was about a year into to the war, so-called war. I mean, could you call it a war? Probably not. Similar to Israel-Palestine, that's not a war. It doesn't look like a war. That's another subject we're going to have to get back into, because today as well, man, the amount of military air activity, quite astonishing. The worst I've seen it in a long time. Low flying as well. Jet after jet. I didn't see any Hercules. Poseidon, we've seen that. But mainly typhoons, just constant, round the clock. A bit like they're gearing up, you know. And hey, I wouldn't rule that out. And I've said that before. We will talk about it in the near future, but fuck me, it could go anyway. If they want war or a so-called World War III, that's what it's gonna be. And ain't no cunt gonna stop it, man. Nobody will stop it. I mean, who's gonna stop it? And how could you stop it? Remember when when Britain as well went to invade Iraq, and Tony Blair's giving it, we'll go to Iraq and we're helping Uncle Sam, big Uncle Sam, hey, big pat on the back for Uncle Sam, right? The American man, Mr. Captain America. So we evil fucking satanic Tony Blair. I mean, honestly, even the thought of the guy. So he's giving it, yeah, we're going to back them up. If an attack on America is an attack on us. Like, wait, what? Is it? Okay, now I must have missed that meeting, right? Right, so okay, so we go to war in Iraq, but of course people said, "Nah, hey, wait a minute, we don't want it. We don't want to go to war in Iraq. It wasn't even Bin Laden. He's not even from Iraq. It was I mean, it was you, right? Most people pointing the finger at George Bush to begin with, but I mean, you wouldn't trust George Bush to run a bar, for fuck's sake. So, I mean, yeah, the Bush family quite big, but George, another politician, but he did hit the jackpot when it happened, and he admitted that himself. He said to, I don't know if it was one of his aides at the time, and it's noted down. He said, we've hit the jackpot because the money they're going to make it going to war for the right people anyway is going to be a lot of fucking money. A lot. War means money, basically. Just not for the community or the average Joe, or me or you, if you like. The big guns, they'll rake in the cash. And there's so many things they capitalize on. You know, and 9/11 is one where they did not miss the fucking mark on that. In terms of, right, one thing happens, let's say this one major event, but the tentacles that stem from it, staggering. And in a way, just truly mind-blowing. Because when you think about it, the planning is quite astonishing. It's been a long time in the planning, that's for sure. Probably before they even got built, I would imagine. And we'll talk a wee bit about that, because I mean, it has to be talked about. Who built the Twin Towers? Well, it was David and Nelson Rockefeller. Do you know when the towers first got completed, Nelson Rockefeller, who of course was married to Happy Rockefeller. And I mean, let's not get started on her, right? Or him, sorry. I mean her. So Nelson said, he got asked about, that's them completed now. What do you think? And he said, it's now a dream come true. Which you kind of think, well, is it? How is it though? A lot of people said the buildings were, well, it was quite interesting because there's a mixed kind of view. Some people said they were dull and boring, grey, an eyesore, too big. I kind of feel they were too big, to be fair. I'd agree with that. An eyesore, I don't know. I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, to me, they were quite, in their glory, they were quite majestic. And in a way, I guess, they had the kind of futuristic look to it. But maybe that, I mean, it's so subjective as well, do you know? Some people said it was grey and dull and boring and stupid and too big. But for me, they had the majestic tone and kind of like almost alien to this world. That's the kind of way that I would look at them. Unfortunately, I never got to see them. That would have been something else, but knowing my luck, it'd have been on the bloody day. I did see as well, someone got quoted saying, if you stood on the very top floor, you know, the rooftop, you could go on it some days, right? It was closed. It was closed down the day before September 11, locked up. Nobody got in, and I thought that was kind of interesting. But someone got quoted saying, "Oh, on a good day, when you're on the top, you can see the curvature of the earth." And I thought, really? That would be interesting. So I don't know if that was true or not, but I did see that being quoted. And yeah, it would be interesting to see what other people think about I mean, how would you describe the Twin Towers when they were in their heyday, their glory? I mean, it was basically a big number 11, right? That kind of stands out. It's like a number 11, and yeah, in a way, I mean, I could describe them in other ways, but that's the kind of the feel I got for them. Let me just double check we're okay for audio. Greetings from Mexico. Fantastic. Good evening. Hello from Bonnie, Scotland. Right, way over in Mexico. Maybe I'll move there one day. So yeah, stay in touch, right? Stay in touch. When I win the lottery, I might come over. Well, I don't know actually. I'll think about it. I'll think about it, right? Yeah, good evening. I hope you're doing well. Good evening as well. Attila, we'll go with that. 29k in the hood. Oh, Toffee's here as well. Late. We'll let you off. You're all good. Frank the Tank in the hood. Linda as well. I hope you're doing all right. And did we? Oh, it is. Where did it go? Why is it being a pain in the backside? Oh, there we go. It is time now. There we go. We got there. Anybody else? Oh, Space Ghost in the hood and Elbow in the hood. Is this it was a controlled demolition chat, or are we going straight to direct energy? Yeah, basically, I mean, hey, we could go straight there, to be fair. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. Like I said, there's so many layers to it. So many, and you can just get completely and utterly lost in it for days on end. Days on end, man. And you'd be lucky even then to get through half of it, probably. But yeah, I was obviously in the past, I've made quite a few sort of montages. I'd call them montages I guess I guess you would call it that, but I don't feel it's that. but they're a bit like music videos, if you like. And I've sort of combined that with some Dr. Judy Wood's videos or interviews that she's done, or the talks that she done years ago. And I think there, I guess I tried to bring a bit more attention to the theory, at least, of direct energy weapons. And it does seem to work quite well. And I've been asked in the past, why do you put the music, and what's the deal with the music, sort of thing? And to be honest, I don't even know. But a lot of the time, when it comes to the music, I'm big on listening to music. So a lot of the videos are inspired from music itself. And for many years, even before I came on YouTube, I used to make videos. Well, I still do that as well. Football videos and put music to it. And I enjoy it. It helps me enjoy it, So all the better, right? If we can get stuff out there and I'm enjoying making it, then I'm happy with that. Anybody else from New York City here? Never will believe the official narrative. Yeah. I don't know how anybody could now, to be fair. And after everything we've learned in the past, man, the past 24 years now, all the stuff that's happened, how could anybody trust them on any event that's happened? Any of them. But quite incredible that's 24 years. It doesn't, I don't know why, it doesn't really feel that long. To me, at least, but I guess it is, right? We'll take their word for it. But I can remember, just before we kind of move on, I remember in 1999, just this great feeling, man, and just an amazing sort of atmosphere and buzz at the fact that it was about to be a new century, the year 2000. And you were going to be there to kind of witness it, to see it, to enjoy it, to take it in. And it was, I don't know for anybody else, but for me, it was a really, really exciting time and the build up to it. But then it kind of just capitulated, like, that was it. It's just like, it was all done and over. A bit like, well, let's not go there. It was done in 2 seconds. It was prematurely done. And then, I don't know, maybe it was me, maybe I had high expectations moving into a new century. And then within what, a year, 2001, in a lot of people's eyes and going by the official narrative and history, what's said, the world changed forever. It completely changed forever. In so many ways, man. So many different ways. But again, the traumatic effect, it was like getting a punch in the stomach by, I don't know, Mike Tyson in his prime. Yeah, Tyson in his prime, right? Gotta love the boxing. Boxing this Saturday as well. That'll be good. But yeah, that's what it's like, a punch in the stomach by Mike Tyson. An unexpected punch in the stomach is worse as well. Which sounds a bit funny. But if you're expecting it, you're kind of tensed up, and you could take it. You could take a punch in the stomach, but when you're not expecting it, and you get winded, and it just sucks the fucking life right out of you, man. And you can only but go on, fall onto your knees and then onto the ground like, you know, one of them. That's what it done to humanity. That's what it done. It fucking crippled humanity. The traumatic effect, the traumatic effect crippled the world, man. It crippled their mental fucking being. That's why it had to be America. Because in a lot of people's minds, no one could attack America. Well, maybe America. No one could do that. Especially not some guy on dialysis in a cave in the Middle East. So again, that added to the complete and utter shock. And I think a lot of people went into severe shock, man. Of course, and going by what was said as well by Jay Hart, the anger was coming because people wanted war. Someone had to pay. You know, someone's going to pay for this. I didn't even know how many people had died, and then they were gunning for war. Do you know? And I think, did they not link the 1993 bombing? Did they not link that to Bin Laden? I think they might have linked that to him. So I guess kind of you could say, well, early days, they're going to point the finger at Bin Laden again. So that wouldn't have been hard to predict either. It would have been quite easy, in my view, to kind of see where that was going had you been watching and keeping an eye on that particular narrative with terrorism and potential attacks on the UK or America, the anthrax and stuff like that. Remember all that around about a similar time as well, possibly. And now it's like, when I think back to that time, that point in time, 2001, and then I think about today, 2025, I can't see it going in a good way. I can't, and it's not being a defeatist or a fearmongerist, because I feel that I'm very genuine, very open, very honest, but also very, very, what I guess, caring would be the word. And I wish I could fucking sit here and say, look, do you know what? Actually, it's going in a good way. There's good people about. You don't have to worry. Like QAnon, right? Don't worry. Sit down. We've got it. Hey, sit down. We've got this. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, let's not get started on QAnon. But it can be, again, it can be tough and it can be testing, but you've got to stay strong, man. You've got to keep having this, I guess, desire to keep going, the will to keep going. Like they say, where there is a will, there is a way. So you get the will and you keep going, man, day at a time, keep going, keep pushing. And I've had people say to me in the past, look, it's awful daunting, and I speak to people, but they don't listen, and I speak to this person until I'm blue in the face, and they don't listen. What's the point, sort of thing, right? And I get that, been there, done that. It's funny because I've actually been there, done that twice. Because what happened with me is going way back to 2010. From about maybe 2009 till about 2014. I was going about trying to convince people that Scotland needed independence at all costs. It needed to be a sovereign nation. But they couldn't. A lot of people couldn't see it. They did not see independence as a natural, normal thing, but I did. So I'm trying to say, look, actually, nations should be sovereign first and foremost. First and foremost, no matter what, they should be sovereign. And a lot of people, they couldn't see it, they wouldn't buy it, they wouldn't have it, and I would speak till I was blue in the face. And then, of course, after so many years, I seen through it the political sham that we're in, the parade, if you like, the theatre. And then I was trying to convince people of that, do you know? Like, oh, actually, forget independence. Fucking listen to this, though. We're doomed. The whole world's corrupt, right? So I wonder what will be the next thing. In years to come, am I going to be trying to convince folk of something else? Look, actually, we're all aliens, right? I can't see that one coming, to be fair. But who knows, right? I'm very open. Like I said, I'm open. I mean, if there's stuff out there that can change my mind, yeah, why not? Direct energy weapons, I believe, are a real thing. Some people will say, well, show me the evidence. Well, look at the Twin Towers. There you go. But they'll say, no, but like a peer-reviewed fucking official document from the military. Well, you're not going to get that, though, are you? You're talking about exotic technology that would have the potential. Its potential would be endless, let's put it that way. But of course, to the powers that be, that's not good. What's good to them is something that can be the most badass fucking weapon in the world. That's like the main prize for the psychotic ruler, if you like. Who's got the biggest gun? What about feeding all the poor people? Forget that. We want to build guns, and we want them big fucking guns. We want them that big. People can't know what they are. They can't know. So you're going to be hard pushed to find a peer-reviewed paper on exotic technology that's secret. But the evidence is there. And I think that as well, the book by Dr. Judy Wood, I mean, it's just a pure book of evidence, catalogue of evidence. That's all it is. There's no, oh, this done it, that done it, they done it, she done it. It's just documented evidence of the event that happened that day. And it's quite, I mean, it's a textbook. It's a textbook. And it's in my honest view, it should be in schools, that book. I mean, if it's so easy to be, let's say, debunked or ridiculed or dismissed, put it in the fucking school then. Show them the difference between it. Do you know why protect people in bubble wrap constantly from what's wrong and what's right? Let them decide, but of course that wouldn't be. Not in this world. Because the herd is controlled by the shepherd, not the sheep. And you know, people talk about, oh, well, we pay their wages, we this, we that. Well, fucking do something about it then. Do something about it. You know, you're never going to vote your way into a better world. In fact, the only thing you're going to do, and I shouldn't laugh, but you're going to vote your way into a worse fucking world. And by putting your wee signature, you're enabling it. You're agreeing to it. And people can't see that still. And I to be honest, I kind of get it. You know, a lot of people, they don't want to, they'll still vote. They know the criminals run the show, but they'll still vote. I get it. Okay, you don't want to give up on it. But it's going to be to no end, to no avail. We're going to get nowhere. Nowhere, man. Is the answer not voting? I don't know, but the more we don't comply, the less attention we give the system, the easier it could be. It could weaken it. You would never take it down in a day, in an instant. Well, you maybe could, to be fair. I wouldn't rule that out. But you take each day and you would just fight against it the best you can. That's all you can. That's all any of us can do. Because this world, like I mentioned before, it's a well-oiled machine. The world that we're in, it's built a particular way, and it's been here a lot longer than any of us. Can it ever actually be changed by us? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't say it couldn't be. Are we in a reset? Most likely. How far is it going to go? Probably all the way. Probably all the way. The whole lot. Who's going to come out on top? That's the question. I guess if they want a fight, they'll get a fight. If they want a fight, they'll get it. If not, they'll instigate it. With their behavioural science, a nudge here, a nudge there, a bit of MK Ultra there, a couple of events here and there. I mean, it's boiling up already. What did we have yesterday? What was the guy meant to be? A right-wing influencer. So what's going to be next? Are we going to see a left-wing influencer? Is that going to be the next one? Are we going to get a tit-for-tat kind of gang war between them? Is it going to be all-out gang war now between the Bloods and the right and the left? Do you know? But to what end? To what good? To what avail? Some people think violence just leads to more violence, and in this case, it fucking might. Where could that go? Hey, again, if they've got a plan for it, it's probably not going to be stopped. What we need to work in is damage limitation. Because if any punch they're going to throw it. Defense and damage limitation. That's what we've got to work on. Martin W. in the hood. Hey, it's all just my opinion, by the way. I'm not an expert. Like I said, I'm not a journalist. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert. I'm not anything PhD. I mean, I'm HNC qualified and what have you, but I'm just a concerned guy. I've always been concerned, and I've always been, curious. More curious, man, than anything. And I've got a very thick skin, and I like to joke about, and I can look at different things with the kind of goal in mind of getting to the bottom of it, rather than, I can't look at that. Let's switch it off. Quick, change the channel. So I'll go places. I'm not saying no one's like that. Other people will be. But a lot of people like me, I couldn't watch that. I couldn't look at that. Do you know? I couldn't spend 2 hours watching 9/11 footage. Well, fuck me, if we're all like that, we'd never get to the bottom of it. I can't believe people believe a bunch of Arab lads took over planes with box cutters and they found their passports in the rubble. Man. I know. Aye, that's a cracker, that one. And of course, I think the other ones, I think some of them, their passports were never found. But I think they claimed they found 4, but I think 2 or 1 was in a suitcase that was at an airport. And 1 got found on the very day, 4 blocks from the tower. And they said it must have just exploded in the plane and came out and it was okay. And a similar thing happened with the Flight 93. And what happened is, so a lady whose relative was seemingly on the flight died, of course, right? Seemingly. So later on after it, there was items that got found, and they sent her the items that belonged to her relative. And I can't remember, it was some magazine or script or something like that. And she said she got it, and instantly it just stunk of jet fuel. Like, okay. Right. So, 1, how do you know what jet fuel smells like? And 2, if it was covered in jet fuel, when the fucking plane exploded, it would have been burnt to a crisp. It would have been finished. It would have been sayonara. It would have been gone. It would have been ashes. But no, here was this soaked documents put in a wee Amazon box and sent to the relative. Look, here you go. The plane definitely crashed, right? And I mean, Flight 93, again, talking about the layers of 9/11, Flight 93 alone would need 3 hours or 4 at least. A live stream on its own for, I mean, it would go on forever. There's so much to look at and to be discussed. And a lot of it, they give the game away, and it's them that give the game away. Even the FBI themselves, and in many interviews that they done, give the game away. So yeah, I mean, hey, the passports, of course, right? But one of the best ones with that is the piece of debris that got found. So I think it was 11 years after 9/11, 2001. They find a piece of, I think it was landing gear. I think it might have been landing gear. And it was wedged in between 2 buildings. And I put a wee video out about it. And they found it 11 years later, stuck in between a wee gap between 2 buildings, right? But it wasn't even like it had no moss on it. It had no dirt on it. It had no bird droppings on it. It wasn't covered in litter or anything like that. It was just this piece of landing gear wedged in between 2. No scrapes on the wall, nothing like that. And the guy that found it, the investigating sheriff at the time, even he said this himself. He said, look, there's no apparent marks. We genuinely don't know how it got there. It's from an aircraft. It's got a piece of rope around it, possibly used to lower it there, to lower it into position. And it's like, well, it clearly never came from an aircraft then. Well, maybe it did, but it wasn't one of the 9/11 aircraft. No way. But yet people are just expected to believe that, and they do. The worrying thing is they do. I mean, the guy even said himself, the very day they found it, look, it's got a rope around it used to lower it down into position. And of course, when they've lowered it down, they can't untie it to get it off. So they've either, I mean, you could cut so much of it off, but you'd have to drop the rest of the rope down into the wedge. And that's what they had to do, clearly. And they must have thought, well, fuck it, there's nothing we can do about that. But they'll still buy it, right? And of course people did. People do. But it was a strange one because, I mean, why did they do it? They didn't even have to do that. People already bought it. you know? But of course, they're dragging it on more and more, and they will continue to drag it on. They'll chop and they'll change, and they're even now beginning to start to point the finger a bit more at the Saudi Arabia connection to it. And the pendulum will swing again. I can guarantee that. It's got to, because they'll keep it going. It'll go on and on and on, and kind of year in, year out, stuff's going to come out. I mean, some people think, well, 9/11, there's nothing new to talk about. Well, actually, there is quite a few things that's developed of recent in regards to the so-called official narrative. But yeah, I mean, not much, to be fair. But I always think there is a lot to be said for 9/11. And I mean, it'll be talked about today by the hardcore, the the I mean, the people like me and I guess the hardcore researchers like Norman and Mark Conlon. I mean, just an outstanding researcher. They'll be, of course, deep into it. I mean, it's an everyday thing for us. So an anniversary is just another day. It's 9/11 all year for some people, right? When you're neck deep into it. But I mean, yeah, hey, with that guy, with what happened in America, I don't know. It probably won't be talked about as much today. I mean, that wouldn't necessarily mean, look, oh, that's why it happened. No one's going to be talking about 9/11 now. But again, going back to how they work, there's so many advantages that they take from any incident. Anything, man. Even if, let's say, right, no matter what happened at that event, whether it was real, fucking on a theatre, on a stage, put that to one side. Putting all that to one side, it doesn't matter, because whether it's real or not, they now have it in their hands, right? So let's say it was orchestrated from the very beginning, so they've got a plan for it. Let's say it wasn't, they'll fucking latch onto it like a leech, like an octopus, man, and they'll take it from there on, and they'll put it where they want it to be. It'll be their narrative, their story, regardless of how it developed. Once they latch onto it, that's it. They'll spin it. They'll spin it in any direction they see fit. That's what they do. That's where the media comes in, because they're masters at spin. It doesn't matter what happens, they'll spin it in any direction they want. That is the media inside out, in the world that we're in as well. Of course, in this image here, Bush, I mean, oh my God. How could anybody have voted for that guy? You know? What, George Bush? Come on. Honestly? People voted for him, mind you, in saying that. Going by the official story, Joe Biden received the most votes ever out of any president in America's history. Sleepy Joe. I mean, a dead body would have done a better job. Come on, be honest. It would have. A dead president would have done a better job. Honestly. I mean, that can't be right. Don't get me wrong, look. I don't want to slate the American people, because they are good people, some of them. But it's like, nah, that can't be right. Surely not. Joe Biden. I mean, I guess in his early days, he some people liked him and he wasn't so, where am I going sort of thing. But of recent, I think it was the first one against Trump that Biden won, and he was the most voted for in history. I guess it was all the people plus all the dead people that voted for him as well, right? So yeah, that would have made it the most. But honestly, how can people believe that? I just struggle to buy that. And in my own view, when it comes to the voting, it's got to be rigged. I mean, it's got to be rigged. It's got to be rigged. Any major voting scenario across the New World Order board, it's all rigged. Guaranteed, man. And a lot of it comes down to people just selling out. Selling out. They'll sell, well, it's us that get sold out. And people do it for the money, of course, right? The incentive. And who's the other guy in the photo? Does anybody know his name? Of course, it's the guy Rumsfeld. Remember what was it, 2.3 trillion? Oh, we don't know where it is. But hey, people will forget it tomorrow. You'll forget it tomorrow, don't worry. Yeah, there's like 2.1, 2.3 trillion. Well, we can't account for it. We don't know where it is. I wonder what they done with that. Maybe that's what the money, maybe that money went into the development of a exotic weapon. But of course, you would need a peer-reviewed document to prove that. Otherwise, not true, right? But you do kind of wonder where does it all go? Same with NASA. You spent how much? On what? So where did the money actually go? I guess some people would call it, it's black projects, right? And I think a lot of the people that know a wee better, at least one or two things, yeah, you could see black projects being a thing. And of course, well, what they're going to be working on? Fucking weapons, of course. Weapons, man. You could bet your life on it, it'll be weapons. What else is it going to be? Oh, we're going to feed all the poor people in the world. Nah, forget it. They want poor people. They feed off poor people, fuck's sake. Literally. So what's the benefit of providing free energy? What's the benefit of making people healthier and fitter and living longer and more successful, if you like? Where's the benefit to that for them? There is no benefit. Where's the benefit in hiding technology, creating an exotic weapon, and not telling anyone about it? Well, you can see there's potential for big advantages in that. Will we ever see this technology again? Possibly. Possibly. And I think similar to what Dr. Wood had said, you probably will see it again, depending on what the objective of the mission is, if you like. I think we might have even seen it again in the past few years. And for me anyway, possibly, and it's one we will look into. The Georgia tombstones. What happened there? I think we might have seen potentially the use of an exotic weapon. Potentially. And when you talk about exotic direct energy weaponry, it's a wide area. I'm going to sneeze now. That's gone. It's gone. I was going to sneeze and then it was gone. Funny that, right? It was right there and then just gone. It's like, nah, forget it, actually. Doesn't matter. You were too late. And yes, You do, because a lot of it you've got to kind of hypothetically look up, because there's not much to back it up from the mainstream. But it's a wide kind of area. Of course, a lot of people talk about, well, we see it with the wildfires. I think, yeah, but you're looking at a different form of a weaponry, let's say, in comparison to what we've seen on 9/11, at least in my view. So we're looking at different categories of weaponry, but it's all kind of coming under the direct energy blanket. So of course, Rumsfeld, yeah, who knows where the money went, right? Who knows? Now this picture is one that I've seen it before, quite a while ago, and I've seen another. There's a clip of both towers have just collapsed, right? And there's a guy who he kind of walks out of the dust. He's still in it, and there's a guy with he's got a camcorder. He's recording it, and this old guy walks out of the dust like stars in your eyes, and he's like coughing and just covered in dust from head to toe. And he says, "Look, the top came down. The top came down, and I seen it." He said, "I seen the big cloud, and the top came down, and I ran." He said, "I'm 69, but I can still run." And he laughed about it. He literally made a joke and laughed about it. Obviously, the joke being, yeah, I'm 69, but I can still bloody run when I need to. In this photo, similar to that clip of the guy, is the same thing. Because here you've got a guy who he's clearly been caught up in the taking down of the towers, and he's covered from head to toe in dust. And he's got a bottle of water in his hand. He's smoking a cigarette, walking home like it's nothing. Like it was nothing. Like it was absolutely nothing. And that, do you know the song, It's the End of the World as We Know It, But I Feel Fine? I was listening to a remix of that, well, a cover version, and it got to one point, and I instantly thought of that guy, the old guy who said, "I'm 69, but I can still run when I need to." Ha ha ha. And I thought, that guy, the song made me think of that guy, because here he is walking through the apocalypse, yet he was able to conjure up this joke about his age and still being able to run. Had a wee snigger about it and said to the guy, "Oh, there's firemen trapped back there. So, yeah, you might want to help them, right? But I'm away. I'm out of here. I'm 69, but I can still run." I mean, yeah, you'll run when you've got to. You know, I found that out when I got chased from the police. Nah, I'm joking, am I? Maybe not. Yeah, you know you can run when the police are behind you. But yeah, that image, it just says to me, wow, what a thing to be caught up in, and then just kind of walking away with sparking up a cigarette and being like, "Hey, what you gonna do, right? Just another day in New York. Just another day in New York." So it's one that it always kind of stands out, that image. We'll look at a few more that, in particular, ones that have caught my eye in the past. Collateral Damage with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sportsnegger. Police at the door. "We heard what you said." Oh, that's me arrested now. And this was one, I've seen it in quite I think at least offhand, I can think of 3 different images where I've seen this photo of the poster of Collateral Damage in New York in ruins. And it instantly, it's like, a movie. You're looking at an advert for a movie in a movie, right? And another common thing that was said by many witnesses, well, it was like a movie. I thought it was like living in a movie. So many of them said that, just beyond belief. And you know what they say, Luke? If you're going to tell a lie, make sure it's a fucking big one. Make sure it's a big one. In fact, I think it was Hitler who said that. Was it? Someone might want to correct me. Wasn't Hitler? Hitler on the brain. Yeah, but I'm thinking it was him. Who knows who said that? If you're going to lie, maybe it wasn't him. If you're going to lie, make it a big one. I mean, the Germans were, in terms of that particular time, even today, possibly, they were, again, also masters at manipulation of the masses in a big way. And no matter what you think about the regime then, they were masters at propaganda. I mean, they kind of taught the British what propaganda was all about, right? But when it comes to these particular individuals, for me, it might not be the same for other people, but they're genuine people put there for a reason. Was it not Hitler? Oh, well. I'll take your word for it, Toffee. I'll find a way to say, well, actually, it wasn't. It was Hitler that said it, you know. But hey, I've been wrong before. Someone said it, though. I got that part right. Someone at least said it. If you're going to lie, make it a big lie. Or was it Hitler's? Well, hey, that's close enough then, right? If he was Hitler's right-hand man, then it was close enough. So yeah, they kind of knew. They had already knew, look, if you're going to fucking lie, make it a big one. And it's kind of the same with the moon landing. That's basically, it's a gigantic, enormous lie. Man on the moon. I mean, they couldn't lie about that, could they? How could that many people lie? So they were. I'd imagine the Brits learnt a lot. Let's face it, Britain and America plundered Germany. They took the best. America took the best scientists. They were, history would tell you they were, what's the word? War criminals. A lot of the people in Operation Paperclip. I think some of them possibly got trialed. I think had some of them lived a bit longer, they'd have got trialed as well. But I think the American ones would have probably got let off somehow. But I think a lot of people did begin to say, wait a minute, these people, these are not good people, right? In particular, I think von Braun. Von Braun claimed, I didn't see anything like that. But other people disagreed. They thought, well, don't be stupid. You fucking worked there. Yeah, I never seen it, right? I wasn't looking. He was looking the other way. I think the kind of slave labour and stuff like that. I think that was quite a common thing across the world then as well. Do you know? The conditions. I mean, look at China today. It's probably worse. Well, I mean, debatable, but it's worse. I mean, it's got to be really bad when you're putting suicide nets around buildings to try and stop people from saying, do you know what? I'm not going to go home tonight. I'll finish my shift and then I'm right out the fucking window and boom onto the trampoline, onto the net, straight through the net because a bird pecked a hole in it. But I mean, even like some of Thailand and stuff like that, nations like that over there. I mean, there's still a lot of people. You would say it was horrendous conditions for people to be working in slavery, a slavery environment. But still, I mean, hey, not much changes in the world. Let's be honest. There's not much that changes. No notification. Yeah, sometimes they do that. Wouldn't surprise me. They've done it tonight, to be fair. It wouldn't surprise me, but there you go. Good to see you, Sean. I hope you're doing well. So there was another poster that caught my eye as well, and it's "Don't Say a Word." Anybody seen that? Is it not? Is the girl that's in it's like a mental patient, I think, and she's wanted. I think to do with is it a heist or a diamond or something along them lines. It's a bit of a strange kind of storyline to it, but it's an eerie one to see. At the top, you've got I'll never tell, and then Michael. I'm sure it's Michael Douglas at the bottom. Don't say a word. And the Twin Tower, I think the South Tower or the North, right behind it in the background. Just this surreal image, similar to the Collateral Damage with Arnold, Big Arnie, who of course was the bodyguard who killed who was it again? Lord Lucan's babysitter. Oh man, did think we've maybe talked about that. Well, hey, for another day, that anyway. Certainly an interesting story. Of course, the disintegration of the towers. I think that's another one that shocked people. Again, that you could compare that to a unexpected punch in the stomach, in the throat. Fucking throat punch, that man. And a lot of people, eyewitnesses, media, public, just lost for words. Like, what? What the just happened there? And many of them saying, well, the top came down, the top fell down, the top part above where the fire, it fell off. And walking away saying that the top fell off, that was it. Not realizing that the fucking thing fell from top to bottom. Gone. And even the people who did, kind of when the dust begins to settle and they appear on scene at ground zero, giving it, well, it's quiet, it's eerie. And there's no rubble. Wait, what? There's no rubble. Well, there is, but scratching their head. There is, but we think there's not much because it got pulverized. It got pulverized. What, from one side to the other, all of the way around, the whole lot, all the way down, from the top down, pulverized from the top down. How does that work? And people think, well, it kind of does look like it got pulverized because it turns to dust. But the problem with that would be it didn't get pulverized though. I mean, what did you even have above that fire? What are we talking? 20 floors, if that? 25 floors, 30 floors, maybe? What, it crushed the whole fucking building? It crushed the whole building, including the core column, which was, I mean, the fact that that even came all the way down is quite incredible. I mean, when you look at the structure of the building, in particular the elevator system, the absolute strength of that, combined with the inner core, it just fucking disintegrated, man. It was gone. So you had the inner core gone, and every single thing around it gone. And yeah, we had a bit of rubble. I think they said maybe 3 stories in parts. But the rest, you could walk through it, man. And so many people said, nah, it's not right. Something's not right. Can't be right. Some people say, well, it all went inside, though. It ejected and it went inside. So it ejected and it went inside. Well, I don't think it can do both, though, can it? Can it just fall inside into the hole and but eject it as well? And of course, the issue with the, oh, well, it all fell inside, is that when you look inside, it wasn't there. The damage was minimal. And a lot a lot less than one would expect when you're talking about the absolute weight of these towers, man. I mean, they were gigantic. Gigantic. You're talking what, 500? What was it, 500,000 tons? I think it's over 200,000 tons of steel. And people came round thinking, oh, there's going to be a huge pile of steel and twisted metal and office equipment and toilets and people. Nah, forget it. Forget it. And do you know what as well? Within the blink of an eye, fucking clearing it up, packing it up, sent it away to China. Ready and waiting. And you know the place they opened up? It was a junkyard called Fresh Kills. Fresh Kills. And what was interesting, and I noticed this yesterday, this site called Fresh Kills, it got closed down in March 2001. So it was the perfect place to quickly drive all what was left of the Twin Towers, get it there, sort it out, send it to China, ready and waiting. Bob's your uncle. But what about, were we not keeping it for evidence? Do we not want to keep it in America? Why send it off? Why would we want to give it to China? And what's with the almost panic to do it? Right, quick, get it, scramble. Right, ship it away, never to be seen again. Is it they didn't want people to be looking at it? Did it even go to China? Or was it basically dumped somewhere? That wouldn't surprise me either. Did it even go to China? I bet if you ask the Chinese, remember when no, we never got it. We never got it, right? Good old Uncle Sam made it up again. But interesting, it was closed down in March that year. Like it was, they knew, right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But what we're going to need is a particular site not far away that we can quickly store it there, check it over, and send it to, I don't know, the bottom of the ocean. Oh, that one will do. Right, close it down. It would be interesting to see the ins and outs of how it closed down, or the owner was suicided himself, maybe. So it kind of merits further investigation, this Fresh Kills place, in my view. I have looked at the videos of the steel that was there, but I've not looked at the actual site, the history of it, who owned it, how it got closed down. all I seen that was the date, and I think it was the middle of March 2001. So it was primed and ready, waiting, if you like. Again, we're talking the 12th of September, the next day. The rubble of the world. Wait, the rubble? Oh, yeah, I do see a wee bit there. Oh, there is a wee bit. It's still smouldering, but it's not from fires, though. Still kind of frothing away. Just this whole area continues to emit this fine kind of dust. I wouldn't even call it smoke. And of course, they trucked in soil, truck after truck after truck, and kind of buried it. Because what they noticed was the pile was smouldering. I'm saying smouldering, but it's for lack of a better word. So it was still kind of emitting this dust. And of course, the fireys are coming in and saying, right, well, fucking put water on it, put it out. But it's not on fire. Right, just put water on it, right, put water on it, douse it. It would kind of settle down, but then it would come back. It would just come back. It would keep putting water on it, but it just comes back. So what they said, right, get earth in. So they got all these trucks to come in and out, dumping tons and tons of soil, and just covered it, smothered it up, like it never even happened, because of course the water, it couldn't put it out. So it wasn't your conventional fire, if you like. It was far from conventional in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, you can call it a controlled demolition, but it's not a conventional controlled demolition. It's certainly not like the ones you would see on a block of flats that was getting taken down. It would not be the same, and I could guarantee that. Unless, of course, they done it with the same technology. But of course, the telltale signs would be there. Now, talking about all it fell down and it all went inside into the wee hole and underneath the Twin Towers, the building, in the basement. And here we've got, I think it's called Commuter's Bar or Commuter's Car Bar, which is a bit of a name, Commuter's Car Bar. I mean, you could come up with a better name than that, right? But as far as I'm aware, this image is from the 9/11 museum, the go-to, and it's the Commuter's Car Bar directly below the Twin Towers in the basement. And you could literally sit and have a drink and watch the TV, watch what's happening above you on the news. So people say, well, all the rubble went down inside, but it didn't, though. It didn't. You could sit there and grab a drink, man. So it's certainly not there. I mean, there was people down walking about after it, not even worried about it coming down. Quite incredible when you think about it. Again, you've got the image of the building coming down. This is one that people say, oh, that's a haunting one. I can't watch it. Do you see this gigantic lean? It's got a big tilt on it. And you kind of think, right, so they said, oh, the building got pulverized all the way around at the same time, in unison, in sync. But you've got this gigantic tilt, and what would be, let's face it, a transfer of weight, at least to one side and one side only. I mean, some people even claim the way it's tilting, in this image, it would have fell right to the side and there would have been no pressure below it because it would have fell right down the side of the building, not directly down the way. But it appears to go down at a tilt. But even going down at a tilt, directly down at a tilt, there's a big transfer of weight there. A big transfer. Quite a haunting image, that one. And the other tower, when it comes down and you see the antenna. And of course, the antenna, it goes all the way down. And it's like one of the only things that's left. I think they said there was thousands of toilets, thousands of taps and pipes and sinks. And none of them got found even half intact. Not one. Office equipment, zilch. Toilets, zilch. They found one bit they claimed it was part of a toilet or a sink in a car. That's the only bit that's accounted for that was seemingly from a toilet. There was thousands of them. The lifts, none of them, all gone. Just some of the things are truly astonishing. I think in that one you've got do you know what caught my eye in this picture before? The black of the buildings. Just how black they are. You know, round about. I mean, was that from fire? It's like charred. But it's like, well, I don't think that building was on fire. I mean, this is recent after it, the event. And it's quite funny, you've got it's like a police, you don't get them in the UK, but it's like a police scooter, a wee police motorbike with a cabin on it. So you can drive about, fucking chuck a criminal in the back, you know, get him cuffed and throw him in the back. I mean, it's at the very bottom, and you can see it's all dusty and it's been there. The guy clearly, or girl clearly abandoned it and thought, fuck this, I'm out of here. But it's still there. It's not been crashed or anything, and it's directly below one of the twin towers. It's kind of one of these ones you kind of think, well, surely it would have got crashed, right? There's another one of a phone box as well, directly below both of them. Completely intact. Probably, well, you wouldn't be able to use it because of the electro interference. It would have been dead. But it was intact. It was still there. And if you look closely at that picture as well, if you look in the distance, kind of behind the police scooter, you see 1, 2, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different flags behind it. Flags waving in the dust, right next to both of the twin towers, right? Right next to them. And you know how in the official narrative they talk about, well, the cars went on fire because of the dust and the smoke, and it was so hot. It was so hot, man. The cars blew up and they were on fire. But them flags are still intact. They're not even burnt. They're not even burnt, man. I mean, what are them flags made out of? The same as the passport? Not even a burn or a scratch on it. And they're right there. But yet these cars, who, because of the smoke and the dust and the heat and the jet fuel, oh, well, all these cars just exploded. But the flags, nah, you're all right. The paper, nah, it's okay. Didn't burn. I mean, the paper, quite an astonishing amount of paper. And of course, yeah, the toasted cars is another big one that was talked about by Dr. Judy Wood. Unexplained. I did see someone talking about, well, if you look at the car doors as well, it's not got a handle on it. And I'm thinking, yeah, but it might have been plastic though. Or do you, I mean, I know in the UK, sometimes you'll get a plastic handle. I don't know if in America that would be, if they would have had them as well. But, I mean, there's answers to some things, but a lot of things it's a bit like, wait a minute, something's not right here, you know? You've got a car that was half burnt out and then half not touched. Half of it completely intact. And half of it just completely melted. Completely melted, man. And so many, I mean, I can't remember the exact number of cars that were kind of scorched or torched. But there's a lot. There's a lot of them. And yet this wee scooter, totally fine. Probably you could still drive it. And of course the flags in the background, completely intact. Not a burn, not a scratch. But yeah, they smoke, right? So, I mean, they're really, if the smoke, it never caused fires, the dust never caused the fire, then what caused the fucking fires then? It couldn't even burn a flag, it couldn't burn or crush a tiny wee moped, like a toy scooter. But it incinerated them cars, man. How does that happen? Did someone light them on fire? Was it this guy? This is one. It's not an image people see often. I don't think anyway. But it's one I always think. I wonder what the situation there is, and I tend to think what I think's happened there is the firemen's trying to get into a particular area, but this guy's saying, "Look, you can't. You can't go in." He's like, "But I've left my cigarettes are there. My cigarettes are still in the tower. I need to get them, right?" And he's like, "Nah, you ain't fucking going anywhere." That's kind of what I think, but I don't know. Maybe other people will have a different view. It could be one for right. Who's the best caption? But I think that's what's going on. He's wanting to go in, but the policeman. I think it's a policeman. Could be a jacked up policeman. A wannabe policeman, right? Oh, what's my dog doing? He always has to lie there, and I can't stretch my legs out. But when I go to it, I don't know he's there. He gets a kick by accident. We'll say by accident, right? But there he goes. He's moved over a bit. So I don't know. But yeah, again, in terms of the psychological effect, tension, man, the anger, the levels of anger and just anxiety, the nerves, the adrenaline. Do you know? I mean, it all happened so quick as well. Just unable to even process what happened. A lot of people just walking home in a complete and utter fucking daze, man. A daze. And it wouldn't have been just, oh, well, I went to bed and I was all right. It was an everlasting effect. It was everlasting. And they made sure of that. They made sure of it. If you watched the intro, this guy was in the video. The guy that's in the chair. And he got kind of picked up and he got placed in a shop out the way of the dust plume that engulfed lower Manhattan and beyond. And he got placed down on the floor and he was a bit lost and a bit dazed. He didn't say much. In fact, he never said anything. But you could clearly see the guy was a cripple. Are you allowed to say cripple, actually? Fuck. Are we still allowed to say cripple? That's the only way I can kind of describe him. But something had happened to his legs. And you could clearly see that. You can't maybe not see it as well there, but you could in the video. It was like his legs were gone. He had like these baby legs. Maybe it was stem cells. But I mean, he must have been in a wheelchair, and he must have lost it somehow. And then he's been lying, and people have picked him up and carried him, and now he's back in a chair, and they're trying to get him out. You can still say cripple, can you? Maybe in Australia you can. I don't know if you can still say it in Bonnie, Scotland. Good to see Linda. Tree Dude in the hood as well. I hope you're doing well. Anybody else quickly that I missed? Tic Tac in the hood. I hope you're doing good. So can I poke a fart bird? Well, it depends. Is it a crow? A seagull? Because that's the only bird you're going to get. That's the only bird you're going to pull. I hope you're doing well. Cripple or crippled? Yeah, I don't think it's too offensive, right? I'm unsure. I don't know. But that's the only way I can describe the guy. He was a cripple. He'd lost his wheelchair. And then he was wheeled out and carried away. But it shows you the kind of good nature of a lot of people. You know, here was this guy. I mean, a lot of folk would have probably just kept walking and got themselves safe in a way. But you've got to hand it to the folk who, do you know what? I'm going to help. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back into the danger. I mean, hey, there could have been another building to come down. There could have been, in their minds, another plane. It could have been their last fucking breath, their last day. But they were going back and they were helping people. They were trying to get people out. They were doing what they can while breathing in this toxic plume, which would have been sickening and just so deadly as well, man. Fucking deadly. And in my eyes, they're the real heroes, man. Do you know? These people who thought, fucking, do you know what? I'm going back in. So many people, they headed home instantly. They were out of there. And hey, fair enough. Would it have been me? I don't know. I get the feeling I would have been like, do you know what? I'm going in. I kind of think I would have just stayed. But I guess you would never know unless you was in that situation. But I'm kind of thinking to situations in the past where some people have said, well, I wouldn't have done that, or why bother, sort of thing. And I'm like, well, a lot of things you just do it naturally. You don't think about it. When it comes to helping people, say giving somebody something, doing something, you just do it. You don't necessarily think beforehand or pre-plan. You just do it at the time. But I think for a lot of these folk going back and helping out, I can understand it. Like I said, it probably would have been me, but it would have been a fucking mistake. It would have been a mistake. And I think now we're talking about a similar figure, at least going by official sources, let's say. The number of people who have died from effects from it, like cancer and asbestosis, I think they call it, issues, OCPD, and just really bad, incurable diseases from the dust, the plume, from inhaling it. And I think that's now into seemingly, I think it was hundreds anyway. And again, the official figures on the death count is another one that it's debatable. And I have had people who have said, look, nobody died. 9/11 was a staged event. I've had people tell me that. I can see where they're coming from. I can't see where they're coming from. But if you're going to say, look, nobody died, it was a staged event, right? In that case, the towers never came down then. So they're still there then. Well, they're not still there. And if people are talking about, let's say, a fake video is a fake video. If you prove that a video is fake, or let's say CGI, it means it's fake. That's it. It does not prove anything else. As much as you maybe would want it to, it wouldn't. It's the same with a fake photograph. What would that prove? Nothing. The only thing it would prove is that the photo's fucking fake. The bottom line being, there could be, and there probably most likely is, manipulated images and videos out there. But the bottom line, the towers still came down. They still came down. So when people say it's a fake event, in some people's minds, they kind of think, well, it never happened then, right? But it did happen. Did it happen? I think it happened. We're questioning ourselves. Well, it might have happened. I mean, the towers, hey, they're not there anymore. They're not there. And when you kind of look at the people who possibly pulled the strings here, would they be the kind of people who would like to see a murder on a mass scale, a mass massacre? Yeah, they would. That would be the exact people who would. And I'm the first one to say, well, they claim, I think 3,000 people died. I can't see it being that. It's not that, in my view. It's not even near that. I think you're lucky if 1,000 people died on the day. I don't even think it's that. I think you'd be lucky if it was 1,000. A couple of hundred, I can see that. 3,000, nah, not buying it. Not buying it. No way. Not in the time they had for people to get away. I think a lot of them probably the first responders that died. And that's a kick in the stones, that. These people, brave people, going to help and walking right into it. And that's a common theme. That's a common fucking theme, unfortunately. You know, the doting human. You think you're playing your part, you're doing your best, and you fucking walk right into it. But of course, it's a setup, right? And of course, yeah, the after effects for a lot of them, quite hard to live with a lot of them. The psychological effect, I think even the suicide rate was quite high for a lot of them. I think in particular, seeing the jumpers, the people who jumped. I mean, I'm sure they tried to say the number of people that jumped was, I'm sure someone said it was into close to 1,000 people. I thought, nah, I don't think it was that many, but there was a lot of jumpers, and they were jumping early. And one of the first, I think he was off duty, but he came in anyway. And he's driving up. He was driving over, I think it was Brooklyn Bridge. I'm sure it was one of the bridges anyway. And he's looking up at the Twin Towers, and it's not long kicked off, and the planes have flew in. Let's say that. So they're driving down to Ground Zero, and he's looking up, and he's giving it. Why are they throwing furniture out of the window? And the boy that's driving says, well, it's not furniture. He said, that's people. And he's like, oh. why are they jumping out the window? And someone said to me on Twitter, oh, look, hey, people jumped out the window because they didn't want to burn to death. Which I guess could be true. You know, it just got too much. And they jumped out. But the number of people who jumped out, that was astonishing. Some of them jumping out where there didn't even appear to be fire there. So they weren't jumping out because their body was engulfed with fire. But they still jumped out. And I tend to think, right, okay, you've got to kind of go out on a limb, and it's hard to try and put your mind in the position of these folk that are stuck. I mean, it's horrifying. Fucking horrifying, man. But you're stuck in a building and there's fire raging, and your chances of getting out are fucking slim. Let's say 0.000000111% of a chance in the building. If you jump out of the building, your chances then are absolute zero. Absolute zero. So which one are you going to take? Are you going to hang on to that smallest of minutest chances that the floor might collapse? There could be a breakthrough. The wall might collapse. You could get through that. You know, before you get completely engulfed, you might just get that wee fucking bit of luck that sees you escape down into another floor. I mean, it could be you could be talking from the frying pan into the fire, but you could be the other side of that. You could slip down into a compartment where there's no fire, there's air, and a chance to maybe get out. Out the window, there's no chance. But at the rate, in the time frame that this was happening, many people thought, wait a minute, why are these people jumping out? Why are they jumping out? And that in itself blew a lot of people's minds completely. So they're in a state of shock, then they witness that, and it's unexplainable, and they're in a complete whirlwind. Just their minds blowing completely, shocked, and insets the trauma, you know. And then within a matter of what hours, the towers are down as well. So you've got the first plane, second plane, other incidents, the Pentagon, smoke being reported at the White House, more hijackers possibly. Then one of the towers comes down. The second one that got hit comes down first. Then within a matter of a very short space of time, the next one comes down before there's any taking it in. And it was just blow after blow after blow, man. Just knocked people for six, as we say. It really did. JP in the hood, I hope you're doing well. And Tree Dude. Yeah, I would agree with that as well. With the towers. And also Flight 93, where they said it crashed into the ground, remember? Oh, it just went straight into the ground. It was like a hot knife through butter. That's what they said. And the FBI, who were just close by at the time, oh, we thought we better go check it out. No black box. Nah, it's gone. Passports, yeah, you're all right. That's another thing with the two towers. Couldn't find the black box, man. Find the things they want to find. Black box, nah, forget it. Was it even there? Probably not. Can't see it. Was there a plane? Wasn't there? That one's an interesting one. There's a lot of different images, and they're all, each one of them makes you think, wait a minute, bit dodgy that. Something's not right. Many reports of it, reports of a small aircraft, a big aircraft, a military aircraft, an airliner, a commercial airliner, a missile. So a very kind of mixed bag of eyewitness reports. In my own personal view, I'd probably lean towards some form of missile and also some form of holographic technology. Because when you look at some of the images, I mean, it's not a plane, right? It's like, you don't know what it is, but you know it's not a plane. So I would kind of lean towards that. Was it a missile itself? That's an interesting one. Did the building just explode? Or was there a missile concealed in some form of holographic technology that looked a bit like a plane, depending on what angle you were at? Did it conceal some form of bomb? Oh, there we go. Or missile that went off? Possibly. I wouldn't rule that out. I wouldn't rule it out. 200, is that what they reckon? I mean, that's a lot. That would be like one there, one there, one there, one there, one there. That would be just it'd be raining people. And there is an interesting one where people point, in particular, there was a lady who talked about this. I don't know her name. But she said, do you know, when these people jumped, and in my view, I mean, I'll give you my kind of view, but what she was saying, right? She was like, these people were jumping and they were hitting the ground. But when they hit the ground, there was nothing left. It was just a pile of clothes, and that was it. That was it. There was no like, oh, there's an arm there or a bit of a leg there. And she said, you know, I actually, unfortunately for her, she witnessed, well, I don't know if she actually seen it, but she appeared on the scene just after or when a person jumped off quite a high building, skyscraper building, and they've hit the ground. And you could see, she said, you can see the body. It's not burst like a tomato, let's say. Just splattered, and then you've just got a shirt and a pair of jeans. I shouldn't laugh, but you know, I mean, some of you might have seen it because I've seen it. There is videos out there, and it's like a pile of clothing with just this mush in it. But originally, for me, I thought, well, that probably would, though. I mean, if you're jumping from a fucking 100-story building, what sort of speed are you going to hit? So I kind of thought you would be mush, right? There wouldn't be anything left. That was my kind of thought. But she was saying, well, there would be stuff left. There would be body parts that would be visible. I mean, I never seen every single jumper's body, but the ones that I did see, there was no body part. So she reckons if what we did see was the use of exotic technology, the people who were jumping, they might have been experiencing some form of, let's say, microwave energy, some form of plasma energy that might have cooked them from the inside out. It might have been that excruciating. They had to jump out. They just fucking jumped. It was too much. It wasn't even a fire. The effects of whatever was being used, it in her view, it cooked them from inside out, to the point where they jumped out the window, and when they hit the ground, they were partially cooked. And when they did hit the ground, there was nothing left, man. It was like a slow cooked chicken being thrown off a high building. Just poof, it would just be mush. There would be nothing there. Even the bones would be mush. So maybe I'm wrong in thinking that the height of the building and the speed, that might have been enough. Maybe they were cooked. Maybe they were. And maybe that would explain why some people appeared to be jumping for no apparent reason. And I think even Judy Wood pointed to, people were potentially experiencing this, let's call it microwave energy, and thinking they were burning from the heat. So what they done is they got their clothing, they soaked it in water and put it back on. But seemingly that would have made it worse. Putting on the wet clothing would have actually made the feeling worse. So I guess it might have been that excruciating that they thought, you know what, fuck this, I'm out of here. Death or not, I ain't hanging about. But yeah, I mean, hey, for me, some of them probably did due to fire, but it would appear some of them did due to other reasons. And if it's 200, that's a lot. That's a lot of fucking people, man. I remember it being quite a high number. Around 200 people were witnessed falling from the upper levels of the lower towers. The majority deliberately jumped to their deaths to escape the flames and smoke. See, the flames one I can kind of get. The smoke, I mean, you're kind of more likely to just pass out with the fumes. You would certainly be lethargic and just like giving up. You would probably just lie down and die. Would you jump out? I don't know, man. See, again, it's a hard one to try and kind of put yourself in their shoes and think, what would I do? Because if there was some form of weaponry going on, non-visible to the eye, I mean, yeah, who knows what you would have done, right? It could have even affected their brain. They might have thought they were on a desert island on a cruise ship. I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but it could have had an effect. And I think as well, what was pointed out was, do you know how they've got this direct energy crowd control technology? And it's like a microwave technology. And it's for crowd dispersing. So they'll switch it on and bzzz, and fucking everybody's like, ah! It fucking, like, I don't know, it's like pins and needles in their brain. And just their skin's just tingly burning, like needles all over it. So they run. They just run off ski, out of here. You know? Can't handle it. Just away. Forget the protest. They've got the fucking microwave on. And from that, what they realised as well is that if conditions are wet and the people have got wet clothing, it's worse. The effects are worse. So that would kind of back up the possibility of what we just talked about for the people who, oh, well, it's the heat. Right, wet my clothes, put them on. Fuck, made it worse. But if that was the case, I could almost guarantee nobody in that building would have thought, fucking hell, we're being microwaved here. I mean, it wouldn't cross your mind. I don't think it would. You would be thinking, oh, it's the heat. It's the heat coming through. We're being cooked by the heat. That's what they would have thought. There is one video and a guy, he's actually got a camcorder and he's in one of the floors that are on fire. He's leaning out the window and he's recording another guy who's like in another office across. And he's saying something, but I can't work it out. I need to try and, I don't know if we could, but I need to try and kind of isolate the audio and try and work out what the guy's saying. Because it could be vital, to be honest. He was clearly saying something about what was happening. And this guy was recording it out the window. So that's quite a lot of folk, 200 people. So here we've got an interesting find. Now, this particular Bible, it was found a wee bit after the event, and it's a Bible infused in metal. Which is a bit like, well, how does that work? How and what? It's not burned. It didn't go on fire, but it's infused. The metals engulfed it, wrapped around it, enveloped it. But that page is not even burnt. But it's one of these ones where, I mean, I don't know, man. Part of me feels, yeah, given the paper that wasn't burning, I kind of feel, well, this might have occurred. But part of me also thinks, I don't know. Is this a prop, if you like? I'm kind of on the fence with this one. But what's interesting here, it's actually in the museum, the 9/11 Museum, the go-to for all you need to know. So it talks about, I think it's, ye have heard that something said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, right? An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. So that was pointed out instantly. And it's like, what were they trying to mean there? Do you know? Were they trying to nudge people into, look what we found at Ground Zero? An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. We've got to go to war now. People need to pay. I mean, it's written in steel, right? It's written in steel. And it's like the perfect prop. But there's another one as well. And this actually got found, I think it was in 2002, the claim is. But it was a Bible again, or a page, or pages from a Bible that was found in the wreckage in the rubble in 2002, if you can believe that, right? But what caught my eye with this one is the particular page it's on has got the number 11, and it's the Tower of Babylon. 11. I think it's 11:9 as well. And it's literally on the page about the Tower of Babel, the Tower of Babylon. The Tower of Babylon 11 refers to the biblical story of the Tower of Babel found in Genesis 11:1-9 of the Old Testament, which, I mean, yeah, just coincidence, right? Of the Old Testament, which explains the origin of diverse languages, and serves as a cautionary tale about human pride. According to the story, humanity, united by a single language, began building a tower to reach the heavens. Right. The ultimate goal, of course, right? And now it's Mars. Let's not forget. Don't forget heaven. We're bypassing it now. We're going to Mars, right? So began building a tower to reach the heavens, but God, concerned about their unity and ambition, confused their languages and scattered them across the earth. Halting construction. The place was named Babel because God, quote, confused, close quote, their speech. He confused their speech. So no one could understand each other. No one spoke the same. People got divided. God was unhappy. He came down and said, hey, wait a minute here. What's going on here? Did I say you could do that? Who's this trying to build a ladder up to me? Fucking I'll sort that out, said the big man. That ain't happening. You ain't getting up here. Not until your time. Not until you've proven yourself, right? There's no quick way of getting in. We'll just build a tower to the heavens. The Tower of Babel is a really intriguing one. Do you know, a lot of people say, well, did it exist? Was it a real thing? I kind of think it was a real thing. I think this stems from, I think this is based on a true story. But it might not be, right? But I remember reading once about it, and seemingly there was a claim that the original Tower of Babel, what was it? It took 3 days to walk around it. It was either it took 3 days to walk around it, or it took 3 days to get to the top. It was one of them, or both, right? So it was big. If it was about, it was definitely big. And I mean, I guess if you were building up to the heavens, you would need a big solid base at least, right? To begin with. But it does look a bit like a bonfire, you know, like they have in Ireland. They're the boys for the bonfire. They're the boys that know how to build a bondy, right? A couple of pallets over here, over there. It's the fucking Tower of Babel. It's the Tower of Babel over there with the mannequin on top. Remember that? And people were up in arms about it. Well, it was mannequins on a life raft. And people were like, ah, how could you do that? But it's all right to put Guy Fawkes on it every single year. You know, anybody else, oh, it's inhumane. It's inhumane. Guy Fawkes, nah, it's all right. You know? And you see that as well. I mean, this is common. And you'll see it. I bet you any money you'll see it. People will be saying, do you know how this guy seemingly got shot? The boy that he's been killed seemingly in America. You'll have elements of society. They'll think that's okay. Oh, it's all right. He was a dickhead. They'll say. What does it matter? They'll say. But if it's people they like, oh, well, that's terrible. Do you know? That's the world that we're in. That's the way they portray stuff. They divide. They instigate hatred. They're masters at that. The ignition, the fueling of hatred. They're great at that. I mean, from as far back as I can see, there's always, well, even looking at this now, the Tower of Babel, what God was unhappy. Humans were they were doing too good. They were getting too big for their boots, right? So we'll scatter them. We'll divide them up. We'll make them speak different languages and they won't even understand one another. He must have made them all Scottish. That's what it must have been. So quite incredible, that page. I mean, it would be that page. Out of all the fucking pages in the Bible that it could have been. Genesis 11:5-9 says, so this is in relation to what seemingly God said in relation to the Tower of Babel. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, as one people speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other. So the Lord scattered them from there over the earth, and they stopped building the city. It halted, finished. They went into complete and utter shock. So he never destroyed it. He didn't have to. He destroyed the people instead. So the Lord scattered them from there over the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there, the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. Here, there, and everywhere, each and every corner. It was like William Wallace, man. But I found that interesting. It's one of these ones, the more you kind of think about it, the more you begin to think, well, what did they mean though? What did they actually mean? So the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, if as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other. How do you do that? How do you confuse the masses to a point where they simply won't understand anything? Do you do that by using technology they don't even know exists? Possibly. Could it be a nod to that? It might well be. Now, as we're talking about the Tower of Babel in its relation to the Twin Towers themselves, I mean, symbolically, there's a lot of similarities there. A lot. Now, for me personally, and I've talked about this in the past, one of the main people who was behind the destruction of the Twin Towers was the person who built it. And there were two people in particular who they had that much of a role in building the Twin Towers. They were going to be named after them. And that is, of course, David Rockefeller and Nelson Rockefeller. And look at them here. You've got John D with the hat and the glasses. You got the small one at what would it be, the left-hand side with the arms crossed, giving away nothing, right? Then you've got David with his hand completely hidden. In fact, all of them have got hands hidden. The one at the very end, the tall one, I'm forgetting his name, but he's like something out of the fucking Addams Family. He is, right? Is it, or is that just me? It's like, wait a minute, is he not in the Hills Have Eyes? I'm sure he's in that. But you've got David right next to the father. And I think David was one of the he was like one of the top dogs out of the sons. But Lawrence was as well. I'm unsure if Lawrence is in that photo. But he was a big player. He was one of the main players. And a lot of people don't even know he existed. Which is fitting, right? I mean, if you're part of this criminal entity, why would you want to know people you existed? You wouldn't. You would be better off people not knowing. And there's two they were quite well-known gangster, Scottish kind of gangster mafia type, and they ran away to, I think it was Brazil or Argentina. I'm forgetting their names now. They're brothers, but they've disappeared, completely disappeared. And I think they disappeared in, I think it was maybe 2019. And I think the British kind of police have said, well, they're probably dead. They've probably been killed. And I tend to think, well, for me, I don't think they are dead. Do you know, if you're really smart and you're in that type of game, the best way to live is to pretend that you're dead and that people don't even know you exist. The Gillespie brothers, that's the one. That is the one. Toffee got it. Yeah, so I kind of think, yeah, I bet they're not dead, though. I'll bet you any money they're not dead. Yeah, disappeared in Brazil. You know, it's the best way to get away, man. If you don't even exist. And these people, they had a lot of money, they had a lot of connections. And yeah, people get killed, don't get me wrong. They might have got too big for their boots, but they were smart. Two smart individuals. Do you know? I think they were smart enough to get set up elsewhere, still pull a few strings, but get someone else in their position. And they just disappear. I mean, South America, fucking hell. How are you going to get found there? Is that not where Hitler is? I think that, yeah, they probably same with Tupac and Hitler. And Elvis, right? Living it up, having a party. So yeah, I kind of think that I would lean towards them still being alive, and I kind of think some of these family members have done a similar thing. I think one of the Rockefellers seemingly went missing in the jungle, just disappeared completely, and they said, "Oh, but we think he got eaten by cannibals." So by his own family, probably then, right? Or he was swimming and got eaten by a fucking, I don't know, a crocodile. Which is possible as well. But I kind of think, but did he though? You know, there's so many strange deaths as well. And the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, and it's like, is this family killing family, or are these people disappearing? I guess we'll never know, right? There's another photo there. You'll see David standing up in the grey suit. And then Nelson sitting below him in the grey suit. That's David and Nelson on the right. And of course, David, he's got his hand in his pocket, which for me is a symbol of the hidden hand. Now, you can say, oh, he's just putting his hand in his pocket. But think about it, right? if you're getting your photo taken, you don't put your hands in your pocket. You don't. You're not gonna right. Get my photo. I'll put my hands in my pocket. You take. If you've got your hands in your pocket, someone's gonna take up. You'll take them out. Or am I wrong in thinking that? It's a deliberate pose, man. It's a sign. It's a symbol. Let me see. So that's David. Nelson's sitting below David there. Well, possibly Toffee. Hey, we can't rule anything out. But it's the way his hand is as well. Do you know how it's like its fingers? His hand's not even completely in the pocket. It's a common one you'll see, similar to the one where they've got their hand half in their coat. That's a common one, in particular with the 33rd degree Masons. And it's a way of them saying, look, they're in a particular position in the brotherhood. That's what it is. And they're all posing a particular way. And you'll see it common. It's similar to, I guess, the sunglasses from They Live. To the average Joe, they'll look at a photo and think nothing of it. But I look at that and all I can see is symbology. The three sitting, the two standing. And of course, the two standing up would be David and Lawrence. It would have to be David and Lawrence. It could only be, of course, Lawrence being Lawrence Spelman Rockefeller, who is, of course, the man who I personally pinned on the Georgia Guidestones. I pinned his fucking name on it. Pinned it. That's the guy. This is the family who played a major role in getting the Georgia tombstones built. They paid for it. Was it them who decided what was being written on it? That's debatable. That's debatable. I think it was written long before even some of these guys were born, believe it or not. That would be my view. But they made it happen. They made it happen. And for me, it's Lawrence Spelman Rockefeller. That's the guy standing up in the black suit. Homosexuals, yeah. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I would agree with that. In this one, you've got Lawrence in the middle, David on the far right, and you've got Lawrence in the middle, and left of Lawrence, you've got Nelson. That was the three major ones. David in particular. And I think David he lived until he was about fucking 600. I think 107-year-old he was. Someone might want to Google it. Someone could double check, right? I'm sure he lived over 100 years. Some people claim he had a heart transplant more than once. Would I rule that out? Nah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't rule that out. I would not. I mean, I'd imagine these type of entities, they've got access to things that we could only dream of. And a lot of them do seem to live for quite a bloody long time. Just coincidence, right? I mean, why could that be? What do they know that we don't? So Lawrence is in the middle. And they've all got that look like, haha, we're going to fuck you over and you won't even know. You won't even know. It is a very smug. They've all got faces you would give them a Glasgow kiss. Let's say that. You'd give them a sweet Glasgow kiss, each and every one of them. And of course, these seemingly all stem from the guy Devil Bill, the original William Rockefeller. An absolute criminal, a con man. That's what they are. I mean, yeah, you can call them gangsters, but I mean, they're worse than that. They're honestly worse than gangsters, man. Even gangsters have got a bit of fucking respect about them. These people, forget it. Forget it, man. You know, they're the type of entities who they would look at me and you like we were alien to them. Complete alien. Maybe we are. Maybe. I mean, I get the feeling they feel like they're cut from a particular cloth, a particular bloodline. And that's what it is. They see themselves as almost royalty. But they're not. They're far from it. Far from it. He was probably one of the first to get a service in the lab under Davos. Who's that? David, probably. He would have been about. The rest of them, probably not. For the World Economic, well, maybe. No, I don't think so. David would have been, though. I mean, he was David's the type of guy who would have been at the top table of the World Economic Forum, saying, look, this is what we're going to do. It's for humanity, the best for humanity. In his eyes, of course, not in anybody else's eyes. And the bottom line there being, what gives them the power, the right to wield over so many people. Astonishing. Hey, you have to read your Twitter. I sent you a nice Discord. Oh, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Cowboy Prostate. I can't read it properly. See, my eyesight is terrible. Can I zoom in a bit? Honestly, in today as well, I don't know what happened to my left eye, but it was like bloody to the point where I was like, fuck, what the hell's going on, man? I'm like blind in one eye. Weird, man. But I don't know, something did catch my eye. Like scraped it. Do you know when I shut my right eye, it's like fucking just blur. But it's a wee bit better than what it was, so I'm kind of hoping that it's just gonna be all right. I wake up tomorrow, it's like, oh, it's better now. You know, at first I thought it was just you know, like when you've got a watery eye, it's a bit bloody. It's been a bit like that. But hey, I've still got one. Hey, I've got two eyes, right? So I can still use one. Yeah, not a problem. It's a big ritual. 911. Is that the name of it, or I'm unsure? It was a ritual as well. That's what I mean by, you know, people saying, look, nobody died. Not a single soul died. Nobody. But you're dealing with a satanic entity who most definitely would see people killed in what is a gigantic ritual that day. I mean, David stood and watched it. Do you know, if you've seen the intro, there's a clip from, I think it's not the Matrix. I think it might be Fight Club. But there's a movie in the Twin Towers. They're looking out their window, and it's like the Twin Towers are coming down in front of them, and they're just standing there watching it. That's what David Rockefeller done. He stood there and watched it unfold right before his eyes. But there was no thought of, look, we better evacuate. He was like, nah, it's okay. Don't have to worry, right? Seemingly you had every other big building evacuating. Nah, not David Rockefeller. Nah, it's okay. We don't have to. Seemingly seemingly George Bush and his cronies, they ran away to the secret fucking bunker, hidden away. I mean, why they probably never even done that, to be fair. But it's like, come on, what were they expecting? Oh, we're going to come for George Bush next. But I don't know. I mean, what would you do? What would you do if you was the president of America and that happened? Quite astonishing when you think back. Remember when George Bush got told about it? He's sitting in the classroom, reading the book, My Pet Goat. And then the boy whispers, it's happened. That's it. The plane, the missiles went in. And he's sitting there like a fucking psychiatric patient, looking into the abyss. Like, shit, there's no going back now. No going back. And he just sat there. He just sat there and carried on, and the children are singing away, and he's sitting there, quite the thing. And then I think the second, and then he's still sitting there, man. And he said later on, oh, look, I didn't want to cause any panic. And it's like, mate, that was not a natural reaction. No way. Not a hope. He was expecting that. It was not a natural. The natural reaction would be, look, excuse me, Mrs. Robertson, but I've got to go now. Thank you, class. Thank you, pupils. You done great. I'm out of here. Because, well, there could be more. Who's going to fucking sit on it and wait? You wouldn't, man. You wouldn't. And I mean, your military age, you would be saying, look, it's time to go. You're in a school, unprotected. You would be going, you would be gone like that. But what I mean, the way it unfolded was astonishing. Truly astonishing, man. And the look on the guy's face, come on. Unreal. Yeah, I think it was My Pet Goat. Yeah, true, that is about his level. Yeah, I'll give you that. It was maybe a bit hard for him, actually, to be fair. Yeah, I think it was Fight Club. Yeah, it's one of them films that throws you right at the end, doesn't it? You know, you're watching it and you think, fucking, I didn't see that coming. I like a film like that. You know, it leads you all the way and then it's like, boom. It's like, fucking, it just throws you off completely and you're like, what the hell? What the hell happened there? What did I just watch? Was it not a Guy Ritchie film? Or maybe it wasn't, actually. There's an Afghan version. Now. Yeah, I can imagine, to be fair. Oh yeah, when you're talking about the goat, most certainly. And again, Kai, a lot of the time the signs are there, the symbols it's all there. It's whether or not it's going to register. Are people going to see it? Are they going to perceive it in the right way? Do you know? It can be right there, but a lot of people don't see it. It's right in front of their face and they don't see it, man. They can't see it. I guess you could say they don't understand. But when you're dealing with these entities, and the Bush family as well, the Rockefellers, hey, they're satanic, man. I don't think anybody would argue with that. They're all satanic. They hail to Satan. They're not Christian. They're not Muslim. They ain't Jewish. They're fucking satanic. That's the bottom line of it. That's who they hail to. They've got no choice. Once they pass through the veil and they've achieved a particular, let's say, level, of, well, they'll call it a level of understanding. There's no going back. When you hail to one God and one God only after that, it's not the Lord God, it's not Jesus, it's not Buddha, it's not Allah. It's the fucking devil, man. And the world that we're in proves that. Whether you believe in the devil or not, whether he exists or not, that's who they hail to. That's who they plan to please. And that's not by doing good deeds. It's evil deeds, man. Evil fucking deeds. That's the world that we're in. You could say the world is run by Satan, and I would buy that. I would buy it. Hey, whether you believe that Satan's a real thing or not, the world we're in is evil, man. It's evil. Is Satan a man? Who knows? Who knows? Is he real? Debatable. But he's real in these people's eyes. He's real. And that's enough to put us in a bad position. And I mean, if people can't see that by now, I don't know what it would take. I genuinely don't know what it would take. I mean, you've got eventually people, when you're looking into history and you're looking into people like the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, you begin to see there's no debate, there's no denying. These are not men of God. They're not men of God, man. Do you know, a man of God can be strict, but they're based on good morale, good morals, a good heart, a kind heart, a person who would help, a person who would share, a person who would do no harm unto anyone or anything, not a fly. These people, forget it. Wouldn't bat an eyelid at killing fucking thousands of people. Similar to the politicians, what they enable. How many people do they kill? And you kind of think, how do they even sleep at night? How could they? I mean, they've got to be in some way psychotic, right? They've got to be. That's why the political game, it attracts the worst people. It attracts good people, and you'll find them at grassroots. Beyond that, no way. You won't find any good people beyond that. If you do, they won't be there for long. They won't be. And yeah, hey, don't get me wrong, right? Because of the current situations at the moment, there is events that get staged. But I'm also having to tell you this right now. They fucking do kill people. They do. Now, for the current situation currently, it's not one that I've looked into. But I will have a look at it. But rule nothing out. Don't rule anything out. You go in, if you are to look in, you investigate from a clean slate. A clean slate, a clean conscience. You've got to. And you'll see it. You'll see it for yourself. On a clear conscience, you will. But they do. And we've seen it in the past. They will orchestrate. But don't forget, they will fucking take people out. They will. They've no fear of that. And they've done it. They've done it to people that people have never even heard of. They've done it. The military, I guess the government complex, they'll do it. Big Pharma, they'll do it. I mean, Big Pharma, in my view, they're one of the biggest at taking people out. And when they do, it's not often I've ever heard people say, well, it was staged. You know, for example, the Brandy Vaughan, campaigning against the juice and other juice, all the juices got taken out. And no one argued. She got taken out. But it's good, in my own view, just on that finally, in my own view, never jump the gun if you're going to be looking at a particular incident. Like I said, go in with a clean conscience, a clean slate, take it all in. Start with the 5 W's: who, what, where, why, when. See where it's going. Who's going to benefit? What's going to happen? What's the outcome? What's the lead from it? What's the solution to it? You know, sometimes, and hey, a lot of the time that could take weeks, it could take months to finally see that picture as a whole. So don't just jump the gun. Because, I mean, I've learned that the hard way. You jump the gun, you regret it. Because you begin to see more, or you think, well, actually, maybe I was wrong about that. And it's fine to be wrong anyway. Do you know, none of us are perfect. In my own view, I'll stand by and support everybody and anybody to have their view and their opinion. And I'll never be the one to fucking slate it or say, look, away you go on your bike. I mean, I'm not that stupid, right? Because we can't rule anything out. We can't. That's the bottom line. It would take a very silly man to rule fucking any single thing out. And I think we've learned that. A lot of people have learned that in the past 5 years. Is it me, but does David Rockefeller look like Dennis Irwin? Yeah, he does a bit. Actually, yeah, he does. I'll give you that. He does a wee bit. There was another one who looked like, you know, the guy Lawrence. He's in the middle. He looks a bit like Podesta. And of course, the Blink 182, no, not him. Was it Linkin Park? Fuck, I can't remember now. But it's weird, man, how some of these people look alike. It's a bit weird, do you know? What's been going on? Has there been cloning, DNA manipulation? Have we? Is the guy, Linkin Park guy, is he a test tube baby? Is he one of Lawrence Rockefeller's test tube babies? Is that what Podesta is as well? I mean, I wouldn't rule any of that out either. Like I said, I've learned in the past, it's easy for a lot of people to say, look, fucking don't be stupid. That'll never be true. I can't say that. I can't say that. And I'll listen to anybody and what they've got to say. And I won't ridicule or belittle it. I've had that done to me. I know what it can feel like to be, I mean, it's water off a duck's back for me. I kind of thrive on it. But that's me. Do you know, for other people, it might be enough for them to think, actually, I better not talk about that. I better not say that. Do you know, and they'll self-censor their own thoughts. So, I mean, try not be so quick to shoot folk down. Let them have their say. Do you know, dissect it. If it's untrue, it'll be easy to kind of unpack it and see it for what it is. Do you know? But then again, that's maybe just me. Cloning, forbidden technology, I reckon. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I've had people say to me as well, look, cloning, it doesn't exist. To some people, nothing exists. Do you know? I mean, am I even here? Are these genes real? And yeah, who knows? Who knows? But remember, they were all coming out with it, we cloned a sheep, and then we heard nothing about it. It was like we showed you that, and now we sweep it under the carpet. It's gone now. Do you know? Was that a nod to to basically say, look, we can clone anything. The clone might not live as healthy or as long, but we can. And as far as I'm aware, they can clone animals, they can clone plants. It would appear that they can potentially clone anything that's got DNA. An interesting one, I remember reading about Putin. He was coming to, when he came, I think, where did they go again? Antarctica? Or somewhere in America. Maybe, I'm unsure now. But Putin was there and Trump was there and they were all meeting up and going for a wee ritual in the basement. But I was reading about what Putin was doing. He was coming over, but he was leaving no trace of anything, to the point where if he needed the toilet, a number 2, it would have to be collected. So it's like he took a wee potty, the Putin potty. He took his own potty, right? So, I mean, what does that say, though? If that is true, and this guy, he didn't want to leave any trace whatsoever, fucking no piss, no DNA, no shit, zilch. So if he needed to go, if nature called and it was a number 2, it was right, where's that lunchbox? Fucking open it up, because we're taking it home. But what does that mean, though? Do you know? Why would, if that's the case, why would you do that? What could possibly, if that was to fall into the wrong hands, what could they possibly do with it? Do you know? I found that quite interesting. It was a kind of intriguing, I guess, thought to entertain, even though it's a bit like, what, a guy's number 2? Putin's number 2. It was on horseback. You can imagine, right? But it was weird because when I read about that, I thought, do you know this? I remember in Scotland, they started a thing where if you're an adult, I think if you're over 40 or maybe 50, you have to send a number 2 or a scraping of your number 2 to the doctor. And everybody who reached a certain age had to do this. And it was all about your health and care. And I got to thinking, what was that really about, though? Do you know? And it would be anybody's guess, man. I dread to imagine, to be fair. But if God granted, if I see 50, I ain't fucking sending no number 2. Well, actually, I might. I'll send it straight to the Houses of Parliament. There you go. Straight to the door. But that actually happened as well in Scotland. When they started doing it, what you were meant to do is you got this wee kit, and I think it was like a wee fucking, I don't know, crack spoon, and you scooped out a bit and you put it in a wee tub and you would send it away. But some people never quite got the memo, and they were like taking a number 2 in a, I don't know, Tupperware or a takeaway box, you know, the wee tinfoil box, and sending it to the NHS. Like, P.S. Here's my shite now. Double check it, right? And I thought that was quite funny. So the NHS were inundated with all these number 2s. Like, bloody hell. But I mean, what were they doing with them? Do you know? Always under the guise of care. And for a long time, I've kind of thought, well, do you know what? I don't know if I buy the cloning stuff. I'm kind of still on the fence. I don't really put weight either way. But I wouldn't rule out the possibility of that being a thing. Do you know, I mean, the way the world is as well, and of recent events also, if people are just going to get fucking whacked here, there, and everywhere, having a clone might not be a bad idea, you know? or some form of doppelganger body double. I'm sure they said Saddam Hussein had about 5 body doubles that he would send out, pretending that it was him. I think his main concern was getting assassinated. And I kind of thought, I wonder if Donald Trump's got a body double. And I know there's a lot of people talk about, well, there's seemingly 2 Donald Trumps. One of them wears a blue tie and the other one wears a red tie. And who knows, right? Maybe they're both cunts. Maybe that some people like Trump. I don't know why, but each to their own. Anybody that I missed there quickly? I just sent you a DM on Twitter. Like your work. Oh, good man. Cheers, cowboy. In the hood. I can't get on my Twitter just now. Did Hitler have some as well? Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But you would, wouldn't you? I mean, if you were one of these figures, if you like, public figures, I reckon you would. You would have to. And if Trump's already had seemingly an attempt, I mean, you would be like, look, let's get an actor and put him out. He would probably just replace Trump, to be fair. Maybe that's what they do. Oh, we're going to get you a doppelganger. Don't worry, we're not going to replace you with him, right? You'll still be in control. We'll handle the rest, right? Don't worry about it. But yeah, it would surely be the done thing. Come to my hometown in Canada on any street you will meet more than one Saddam Hussein double. Yeah, I think that's a joke there somewhere. There's a joke there somewhere, right? They just all look the same. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to try and, if you put a bit of makeup and dyed somebody's hair and make them look alike. But you'd be able to tell, right? Or you'd think you would be. In terms of cloning, I mean, how long would it take to build a clone? Would they have to grow from a child? It's an intriguing one. Anybody else quickly? Charmin in the hood, Linda, Martin. Don't think I missed anyone. Cowboy. Oh, RD as well. Toffee, Martin. Yeah, I don't think we missed anyone. But we are currently on X and YouTube. Quite a few people over on Twitter. What number are we on now? 20. So we've got. I was hoping to be done by 12, but to be honest, it might be a wee bit longer. We'll try and chop through it and see where we get to. I mean, it could come down to doing a kind of part 2 in the near future. So here's an image of David and another guy. Is it a guy? Wait a minute, is that a guy? I think it might be David and his brother. Well, it's not his brother. It's his brother's wife, seemingly, which of course is Happy Rockefeller. Seemingly Happy, right? When she married Nelson, she left a husband and 4 kids, just straight out the door. Not even if I can see you later. Just gone. And got married to Nelson Rockefeller, who, of course, he went on to become the governor of New York. And a lot of people tipped him to be the president. But seemingly, what Nelson, in his words, as far as I'm aware, he was better controlling things not being the president. Pulling the strings, right? William, have you shown the surprise video? Not yet. Not yet. It's not really a surprise video, but I just didn't. I couldn't say, but you'll know why as time goes on. If we get there, we'll get to that all in good time. Yeah, I mean, there is a guy who he does like a gender analysis. And Happy, I was going to say Happy Gilmore there. Oh, fucking hell. It's late. And Happy Rockefeller is one he picked out for being a male to female transgender. And a lot of these seem to be, a lot of the Rockefellers, I'm not sure about all of them, but some of them seem to be big on having a tranny fucking wife. Or a tranny husband, I don't know what you would call it. But again, this kind of all ties in with the whole satanic element of these people. He does look a bit like Soros. And I kind of mentioned that before. You know, Rockefeller and Soros, they've got a face, it's like it's been put together by fucking the makers of Morph. You know, the plasticine cartoon. It's a bit like that. Or the face, remember the film Drop Dead Fred? Does anyone remember Drop Dead Fred with Rick Mail? And he gets his head stuck in the fridge. And when he takes it out, it's this big flattened head. It's a wee bit like that. Maybe a wee bit to the extreme, but you'll get what I mean. Drop Dead Fred, fucking hell, when did that come out? Mid-90s, possibly. Yeah, quite a good film, to be fair. So that's, I mean, yeah. I think I can't put any weight, but there's certainly red flags with Happy Rockefeller. You'd have to look, I guess, extensively at the photos. There is quite a lot of her. I'm going to say her for the time being because I'm unsure. But it's a weird one because when she was a bit younger, you kind of think, well, she looks like a female. But the older she got, it was like, well, wait a minute, actually. Wait a minute here. Something's happening. Is the fact that the older they get, the harder it is for them to hide their true being. And are we seeing that in other people as time goes on? Do you know when they're younger, a wee bit of this, wee bit of makeup, bit of eyeshadow, whatever, fucking, I don't know, make them look a bit feminine. But the older they get, it appears to be harder to hide it. Hey, I could be wrong, but I would certainly put question marks on Happy, who of course was married to Nelson. Now, in this image, you've got two models of the Twin Towers, right? And Nelson and the wee Chinese guy, Mr. Miyagi, in the middle. But it's not actually Mr. Miyagi, though. Do we know who he is? Now, people who have been here for a while, they should know. So if if they get it wrong, they might not remember his name, which is, to be fair, I can accept that. But they should know. Was it 1991 it came out? Fucking hell. Wow. So a good while ago then, right? But if you've not seen it, there's a film to check out, Drop Dead Fred. And Rick Mail, he was an interesting character, right? Later on in his career, some people think he got killed. Maybe that was staged as well. Fucking hell, I wouldn't rule anything out, to be honest. But he seems like the kind of character, yeah, they probably thought, you know what? He's getting a bit big for his boots. He's talking too much, right? He's had too much to think. I'm going to have to send the hit team round. So you've got Nelson Rockefeller. The Mr. Miyagi beside him is actually the architect. And he was an interesting character. He's another layer in the 9/11 saga, the architect himself. And of course his name was, excuse me, Yamasaki. Yamasaki. Minoru Yamasaki. And again, like I said at the start, there was a mixed kind of review on the Twin Towers. We don't like them. They're terrible. They're an eyesore. They're too grey, they're too dull, they're too big. So a lot of people never liked them, but this guy, he had designed quite a few things. But there was one airport he built. Well, he designed it, and it was what he based the Twin Towers on, an airport. Funnily enough, of all places, right? But get this. Who do you think the company was who paid this guy to build the airport that was built in the same structure or the same kind of design as the Twin Towers? There was a construction company that paid this guy to design the airport. And this guy then went on to be the main architect for the World Trade Center Plaza, but in particular, the two towers. Of course, it was the Bin Laden company who paid him. Of all people, it was the Bin Laden construction who paid him to design the airport, which is based on, which is the original design idea for the Twin Towers. I mean, is that just a coincidence? It can't be, right? I mean, of all people, in an airport as well, paid by Bin Laden Construction, which was a massive company. I mean, they were, I think, possibly billionaires. And remember I think only days after 9/11, the so-called Bin Laden family got privately flown out of America. Privately flown. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why on earth would you do that? And in an instant as well, before they've even said, right, he's guilty, right, we'll fly them away. I mean, if anything, they should have been putting them into fucking jail. Surely. At least taking them in and saying, look, we know that it probably wasn't you, but you are Bin Laden's family. We're probably going to have to question you for quite a bit. But nah, hey, here's a private jet. Fuck off, right? Away you go. Why would you do that? Rick Mail taught me bad news. I think Rick Mail, for me, when I think of Rick Mail, obviously drops Right Said Fred, I nearly said there. Drop Dead Fred. But the young ones as well. Because I loved the young ones. I thought it was great. So yeah, they got flown out. Had no idea. They got flown out in the blink of an eye. And people never thought that was weird. I think what the cover story was, well, they're going to be in danger. So fucking what? So what? What about the people who died? Who were missing? What about them? What about their families? No, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll get a private jet. We'll put the Bin Ladens and we'll send them away. I mean, what were they genuinely worried about there? Were they worried that they might say stuff that'll make people think, well, wait a minute, it can't be bin Laden then? And let's not forget about the reports I think, the first report in 1997, possibly. The reports came out that bin Laden had died. He was seemingly dead. And then I think in maybe 2000, there was seemingly another report that came out that bin Laden was dead. Oh, but then, of course, he got killed by Obama and the Marines, the special unit. And I mean, there's another layer for you. Has anyone ever looked into the so-called special unit? I think they're all dead now. Or most of them are dead. I think some of them even seemingly killed themselves, seemingly. But I mean, how many times is bin Laden going to die? So he's died 3 times now. Is he going to come back and die again? I mean, it's comical, but hey, look out. In the future, AI bin Laden, back from the dead, back more than Jesus. This time, he's controlled by AI, and it's Sentinel. Sentient? It's got a mind of its own. It's programmed by Grok, right? Look out. You can imagine. But I don't think there's many people who they believe the bin Laden story. I mean, his family were clearly working with the American government. Clearly. Bin Laden himself tagged a CIA agent. But yeah, he done it, you know. And overnight as well, and there's a really interesting interview from a guy who was quite high in the Taliban. And he was talking about how in the blink of an eye, overnight, the Taliban went from hero to enemy. And they didn't know why. They did not know why. One day, they were heroes because they fought the Russians. They got help from America. America made them. They funded them. And they fought the Russians and they beat the Russians and the Russians pulled out and fucked off. They were heroes. A wee bit further down the line, they were not heroes. But in their mind, nothing had changed. But little did they know, they were now being blamed for the attack on America. And they were at war. There was a war on terror, which still goes on today, seemingly. I mean, how do you have a war on terror? It's perfect for the powers that be, right? Because a war on terror is indefinite. There's no end to it. There can't be. So anytime now they want to instigate it, they could create an event even and say, well, it's the war on terror again. It's ignited again. It's never going to end. It will not end. It will go on forever. So there's the guy, the architect, who is a very interesting character. We did look at him a wee bit in the past. And of course, yeah, worked for the Rockefellers, worked for bin Laden Construction, paid by them to design. It was an airport somewhere in, I think it was over in the Middle East or Africa. But if you look at the design of it, you'll see how it's very similar to the Twin Towers and how it was structured. It wasn't a big tower, but it was structured the outside in the same way, same design. And is that a coincidence? Come on. Is this a coincidence? David Rockefeller? I mean, how many times have we talked about this as well? Talking about the connection between the towers and David and Nelson, of course. So here you've got David on, and I mean, the lady, I'm unsure of her real name, but she goes under the name Conspiracy Theorista. And she done a great video on David and the connections between 9/11, even going back to the connections with the Bible, and of course his watch on the front cover at 9/11. And in the magazine, he's talking about the Twin Towers. He's talking about the building of the Twin Towers, and his watch is on 9/11. Come on. I mean, that's either. I mean, it's not. There's no such thing as coincidence. There can't be. There simply can't be. So this one is quite staggering. I mean, people point out the watch, but on top of that, for me, is the fact that he's literally talking about the Twin Towers, and he's sitting at his office window, which is astonishing because after the towers fell, David said he stood at his office window and watched the whole thing. And here he is on on the front cover of the magazine at his office window with 9/11 on the watch. And again, in my view, just to kind of reiterate my view on that, David and Nelson, the Rockefeller entity, built the Twin Towers, and it was them who gave the go-ahead to take it down. They built them and they destroyed them. And I would put heavy money on that. Again, I could be wrong, but that's where I would put my money. And you know the lady conspiracy theorista, we had a great back and forth on Twitter, a private conversation, getting into Rockefeller, and I was talking about how, in my view, well, we talked about David, and we kind of both agree that David gave the go ahead for, well, we know he gave the go ahead for building it, but in our view, he gave the go ahead for taking them down. And he fucking stood and watched it, man. Probably with a big smile on his face. And in my view, to him, it was a form of art. And that'll be a hard one for people to grasp. But if you know the Rockefeller entities and their connection with art and emotion, you'll understand that a wee bit more. But the conspiracy theorist, she's done amazing research on the Rockefellers. Amazing. And when we were talking about David, I got to talking about, well, actually, I don't know if you know much about the guy Lawrence Spelman Rockefeller, but I think through my kind of investigation, Lawrence Spelman Rockefeller is behind the Georgia Guidestones. And we shared information with each other. And all that information backed up our theories about the towers and the Rockefellers playing a big part in the Georgia tombstones. So it would be great. I don't think she does streaming, but it would be a fascinating conversation, that getting into David, the towers, and also getting into Lawrence, Jekyll Island, and the Georgia tombstones. That would be truly fascinating. So we know about the magazine. And remember, I covered this before, and I mentioned it last time. This was on the front cover of a New Yorker magazine about a month or two before 9/11. And it was a sandcastle of Lower Manhattan. And you can see the two towers there just behind the person. I think it could be a wee girl there. I can't quite see it that well. Why did it do that? Now it's went tiny. She said, yeah, it's like it's an adult. So you see two adults, right? You see the girl that's in the black hair and the red swimsuit. I think she's building the Empire State Building there. I could be wrong. But behind her is the two towers. But if you look at the bottom, it's like smoke and dust. I mean, you could say, well, it's kind of clutching at straws. But if it's not smoke or dust, what the fuck is it then? because none of the other buildings have got that. Just the two towers, right? So it's a sand castle of the two towers. But also the girl before her, you can see her head. She's looking at plans for it. This is the people who build it. And they'll be the people who take it down. And I liken that to, and again, it could be just me, but if you're a kid, let's say, maybe even as an adult, you're at the beach, you build a sand castle, no one's going to take it down. And if MD's taking it down, it'll be you, nobody else. You'll protect it with your life, but when it comes to you taking it down, you will obliterate it in a gigantic way, in the best way possible. That's what happened with the towers. It was David and Nelson's sand castle. Nobody was taking it down. If they came down, it was on their fucking call. That was it. And I think this front cover was a wee bit of a nod to that, even with the plans there. They've got the architect, the towers in the back with the smoke at the bottom, the dust plume at the bottom. So we skipped one there. Sticking with the Rockefellers, right? I want to take you to an article from round about, I think Centsum would have been 2 or 3 year old at the time. Oh, did we get a starred super chat? Oh, it's Dawn in the Hood. Thanks very much, Dawn. A member as well. Much appreciated. And we did have a new member who was Abadabadoo. Is it Abadabadoo? We're going to say that. I don't think he's here. I think it's a German Shepherd that he's got. Or what do we call them? An Alsatian. Beautiful dogs. Beautiful. My dad once had 3 Alsatians. I don't know how he managed that. I mean, one would be enough. But great dogs. Great dogs. So we had Abadabadoo and Dawn with the super chat. And Dawn's been a long-term member, a long-term sufferer of That's Life, but not as we know it. So thank you kindly, Dawn, all the way down under in Australia. That's not a knife. Crikey, that's not a knife. That's as good as it gets, right? As good as it gets. As bad as it gets, that's probably a better way. So thank you kindly. I'm not very good at encouraging people to join and donate. If people can, they will. If they can't, they won't. So that's the way it goes down. And in terms of the monetization, it could be gone tomorrow. So, hey, we've been there, done that. They'll pull it away whenever they see fit. Yeah, the tombstones is what I call the Georgia Guidestones. And I actually, the first time I called them that, it was a Freudian slip. It just came out. We were talking about them and I said, oh, the Georgia Tombstones. And then I thought, wait a minute, fucking that's a better name for them. Forget about the Guidestones. It's the Tombstones. The Georgia Tombstones. Not Guidestones. Let me see. So thank you, Don. Ardy. We've been at it. Yeah, what we're talking 337. We're still going. We're still going, right? The wheels are kind of buckling now. They're rattling at the seams. But we're going to make it. Wherever we're going, we're going to make it, right? German Shepherd, never call them Alsatians. Or is that against the law? Is that against the... Well, some people do, don't they? I always call them a German Shepherd. I mean, my dad had 3. It was before I was born. But I've seen the pictures. 3 big ones as well. It's like, fucking hell. I mean, if you're walking... To be fair, if you cut about with 3 German Shepherds, whoops. If you cut about with 3 of them, not many people are going to be coming near you, right? They're going to be taking a wide berth. And you're like, fuck that, cross over the road. Cross over quickly. Three big Alsatians coming towards you. So we're going back to 1926. And again, kind of in relation to the Rockefellers, this whole perception of Babylon. So February 21, 1926. It's from the New York Post, possibly. Is it the Post? It's from the New York bloody paper. So millions offered to bear Egypt's past. Ooh. What's my dog doing? What are you doing? He's dreaming. He's dreaming, his legs hitting the table. He's in a mad dream. I think he's running in his dream. He's like lying on his side and his legs are going. He's either running or swimming. Quite funny. I always wonder, I wonder what he's dreaming about. Probably chasing me. Probably chasing me. Finally gets to bite my head off. So experts think proposed Rockefeller gift would be means of revealing hidden pages of history. Yeah. And you see, round about this time, all these so-called billion, million, zillionaires, they were clear. I mean, round about that time, there was, I think, in particular, 3 different families. They were clearly in search of something. Clearly. And it was always put across like, oh, it's a gift from the family, a gift from the rock. Bullshit. They were fucking after something. They were clearly after something. Donating millions and millions and millions in search of what exactly? The missing pages of history? In search of hidden knowledge? That's what I tend to think. In search of hidden knowledge. Potentially in search of hidden or unknown technology. I wouldn't say alien technology. Lost technology. Which to some people would mean alien, but it's not extraterrestrial. Not in my view. It won't be. It simply won't be. It'll be from Earth. And I can guarantee you this. If you find it on Earth, it's from Earth. Take that to the bank and live by that. If you come across something that you don't know and you go straight to, oh, it's ET, you're way off the mark. You're way off in the wrong direction, man. You're way off to another planet. Everything happens on Earth, in my view. I think stars play a big part in this world. There's no getting out. There's no getting out. Oh, but we went to the moon. Of course we did. Sure, why not? So, to kind of expand on that a wee bit, Dr. James Breasted of the University of Chicago, a personal friend of John D. Rockefeller Jr., and one of the greatest Egyptian scholars, is a champion of the theory that civilization was invented in the Nile Valley and that the world owes its redemption from savagery to the ancient Egyptians. A personal friend of John D. Rockefeller, one of the greatest Egyptian scholars, is a champion of the theory that civilization was invented in the Nile Valley. And what, we owe them redemption? Sure, why not? There is a dispute about this among scholars. It is one of the fascinating unsettled questions that studies financed by Mr. Rockefeller Jr. may help answer. Right. So did we get the answer? Well, maybe we did. Or sorry, he did. Do you know? The doting human would think, well, he's just funding it. Yeah, well, he's the fucking boss then, right? He's the boss. The one that, I mean, the one that provides the cash, the readies, the fabric. They're the ones that call the shots. Not the guy with the wee shovel digging up the Nile. It was Rockefeller. The theory that the essential arts of civilization were invented by one people at one place and within a comparatively short space of time rests on evidence that is plausible, though challenged by many scholars. I mean, that's quite interesting, right? At one place in one time, what, fucking overnight? Just voila! Civilization! There you go. Sorted, right? That's it now for indefinite. No going back. The whole ancient world is dotted with great untouched mounds. Once ancient cities, Asia Minor, is described as a mine of archaeology, with the surface scratched at only 2 or 3 places, only scratched the surface. 1920s, right? Remember? 1926, untouched. Egypt was selected by Mr. Rockefeller, shock horror, and his advisors as the most fruitful field for this short sort of investment. In spite of the vast amount of digging that has been done there since Napoleon opened the country to scholars. There's another interesting name, Napoleon, right? Some guy. So it would appear these people, these individuals, these entities, they were clearly in the lookout for something. But what would it have been? What were they actually looking for? Why were they determined to uncover so-called hidden pages of history? What would be the gain? What would be the benefit? Of course, knowledge, seemingly, is power. It shows relations by water between Egypt and Babylonia around 4000 BC or earlier. For the presence of the Babylonian god, it has been argued that men from the Babylonian region brought the first culture or civilization to Egypt. So could it be the real search was for Babylonia, its foundations, its beginnings, how it was destroyed, why was it destroyed? Did it fail? Did the tower exist? So when you're asked about potential connections between the Rockefellers and Babylonia, well, we're kind of looking at one. We're looking at it. But if you was to put it in a search engine, well, there's no connection. Well, to me, there is. There clearly is. In that page that got seemingly found at Ground Zero, and it's on 11, the Tower of Babel. and the Twin Towers, in terms of similarities and symbolism, are almost a carbon copy of what the Tower of Babel was meant to be. A defiance of humanity, beyond belief. A feat that could only be achieved by God himself. And then the way it's described in terms of God came down and confused everyone. Well, when 9/11 happened, people got fucking confused, all right. In a way, people still don't understand. I'm not saying that I do, but many people I don't think they'll ever understand it. So I think this is one of the early Bible kind of impressions of what the tower might have looked like. I mean, that's not much of a tower, that, right? I mean, it's tiny. But of course, it's only they stopped building because they couldn't communicate anymore. Communication was gone. Their tongues were gone. And they were scattered across the world. Division. And again, you could compare that to what happened after 9/11. The tension, the division, the anger, the confusion, the shock, the trauma. Indefinite. There's one, I think it was from the King James English Bible. That one looks a bit more like an Englishman drew it, do you know? It looks a bit more like someone who, yeah, it's a castle. It's got to be a castle, but it's like a tower. I mean, that would be more what I would kind of imagine it might have been like. But maybe it was more like, if it did exist, more like that. Who knows, right? Maybe we'll know one day. Does anyone know what that says? Who's good at their Chinese writing and reading? Anybody? Nobody? We'll give the video a try. And we'll probably go another half an hour and I'll call it a night. But does anybody think that the symbol in the middle looks a bit like one of the towers? I thought that was quite funny. Or am I overthinking that? It's like, wait a minute, that's a Twin Tower there. That's a South Tower. And it's fallen down as well. It's like it's fell off. It's cut exactly where the so-called plane hit. But does anybody know what it says? Come on. Everyone's going to run away now. Fuck, he's asking a question. Quick duck. Oh, I missed that. I had to go. Nature called, right? I doubt anybody knows what it says, to be fair. Of course I do, because I'm good at my Chinese reading. Order 46, please. Chicken balls. Maybe that's what it says. Chicken balls. Or is it black bean sauce? Is it black bean sauce on a Twin Tower and prawn crackers? Beans is furious because you said Alsatian. Well, he's a Labrador, so he's all right. He's a chocolate lab. He's a brown lab. He's an Asian lab. He's a good dog. He's a good dog when he's sleeping. Well, apart from when he's sleep dream running, should I say. He's calmed down now. So seemingly this is Chinese writing for a person's name who was seemingly a flight attendant on flight 11, or is it flight 12? Would you get confused? Possibly. So that might give you an idea. I think you would only know if you've looked into 9/11 a good bit. I was going to say extensively, but maybe not even that. But seemingly it says, drum roll, Betty Ong. Not Betty Gong, but Betty Ong. Do you like my Chinese accent? Betty Ong. There you go. So Betty as in Bettyong. But I mean, how does that say Betty Ong? I don't know. How would you? I wouldn't even. I'd struggle to even draw that. And this is what writing. This is like letters. I mean, yeah, one of them kind of looks like a B. One of them looks like the Twin Tower. And the end one kind of looks like, I don't know, stick men dancing. I mean, Chinese is seemingly the hardest. I think Chinese and Russian are the hardest languages to learn. But I've always thought, but remember that Zulu tribe that like speaks in clicks? Like, I think that one would be, I mean, how do you write that down? Right, 2 clicks, it'd be like fucking Morse code. But I'd imagine, yeah, Russian would be tough. I think Chinese would be a hard one for the reading and the writing. But of course, Betty Ong, going by the official narrative, was a flight attendant on Flight 11. But she's one that's, in a way, it's always kind of caught my eye. And I couldn't tell you it was Betty Ong because of that. I wanted to ask if anybody could get that. If I said at the start it's about Betty Ong, you would have said, well, it says Betty Ong. So I had to withhold that information, Linda. All right? You get me? Now it makes sense. Well, it doesn't? Okay, fuck it. Hey, we tried, right? I kind of done a wee bit of looking at this particular image. There was a 1 or 2 red flags with it. I mean, I'm on the fence with Betty Ong currently. In terms of, well, did she exist? Was she a real person? Was she on the plane? I'm kind of on the fence, but she's one that's, I'm drawn to it. So it's one that I'm going to be, over time in the near future, I'm going to have to look into it a wee bit more. I think it's worthy of it. But in particular, if I can, I'm going to try and upload a video. So if we if we get technical issues, you know what's happened, right? But let me see, if I take that away, then we've got me as a bullseye. But if I add that,
Cockpit's not answering. Somebody's stabbed in business class.
through my headphones already. Right, take it back. So what we've got here, right, fingers crossed that it's going to work. I don't know what happened there, but it said the mic was unplugged. But it shouldn't be. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm unsure if people can even hear me now. It's coming up, but it's being weird. We'll have to do an audio check. Let me see what's happened here. Right, audio. Yeah, I think I know what's happened. It switched mics for some reason. Right, let me see. Why did it do that? So weird. We've got Gremlins. So if I put that in there and change it to that, it should be on the correct mic, I think. But I don't know. I don't know why that happened. So maybe we can get an audio. Can people hear? Is there anybody out there? I don't know if anybody can hear me. And then we'll play this video. I'll probably stop it, and then we might finish off by looking a wee bit at Betty Ong's Wikipedia, which is a bit weird. Let me see. Yeah, we should be okay, right? I might have to double check. It might mean we might have to play a song. What we'll do is we'll play a song, and then we'll come back, right? So don't run away. I'll be watching. I'll be listening. In fact, have I got? Right. So we'll have an interval. Right. So you can get a pee, or you can have a number 2 and send it to the NHS. Right. Go for it.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I see the bad moon horizon. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times today. Don't go around tonight, but it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise.
Magnificent desolation. Tranquility Base, Houston, guidance recommendation is pinged, and you're cleared for takeoff.
I see the bad moon horizon. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning.
Well. We should be back. Yeah, we got it sorted. Well, we kind of got it sorted. Well, we did get it sorted, but I also realised that it's actually been on the wrong mic the whole time. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, man. Hey, one of these days, we're going to get it right. But someone should have said, maybe they did, but hey, if you want, it's that old saying, if you want something done, fuck, do it yourself. I should really listen to my own advice, right? Typical. So we'll jump back because we were on to
Cockpit's not
Mrs.
answering.
Ong.
Somebody's stabbed in business class. And I
Now,
think there's mates that we can't
seemingly,
look in the back. The cockpit
let's pause it. Seemingly, this takes place on an American airline, Flight 11, and Betty Young is a stewardess, flight stewardess, steward. So it starts off, it's like an odd, it's weird the way it starts as well. It's a bit like a play recording kind of noise, or I don't know. Remember like a tape deck and it would make this weird noise when you pressed play, or just at the very beginning, it makes that kind of noise. And I guess if it was recorded on a tape, yeah, there could have been this noise, but it was a bit strange how it starts. Because as far as I'm aware, they were recorded. It records constantly when it's this flight control center that she contacted from a phone, seemingly. And it's kind of, there's mixed reports. Well, it was a cell phone. Oh no, it was a airplane phone. There's mixed reports on that. There's no real concrete as to what actual phone it was. It's debatable if a cell phone would have even worked on an airplane at that time, at that height. As far as I'm aware, it wouldn't work. But some of them they did claim were from a cell phone. And then later down the line, they said, oh, actually, it was from an airplane phone. Because someone was able to debunk the possibility of a cell phone in 2001 working from an aircraft at 33,000 feet. Fuck me, it wouldn't even work today. It's 0 feet. Do you know? So they kind of change it as well. Over time, they'll adjust it. And straight away with Betty Ong's phone call, I kind of think, look, all right, she's a stewardess. But, I mean, you're under attack, seemingly. You're on an aircraft. 30,000 feet in the air. You've been hijacked. You're probably going to die. Who are you going to phone? Are you going to phone the airport and tell them that you're going to be late? Or are you going to phone your friends and your family and friends and say, look, I might not make it? Are you going to spend 10 minutes on the phone to the airport? I just find that hard to buy. Kind of think, nah, you'd be phoning your loved ones, and you'd be letting other people phone theirs, because chances are this is it. You're not going to be making it home. So let's get this first bit. What did she say?
It's not answering. Somebody's stabbed in business class. And I think there's mates that we can't breathe. I don't know. I think we're getting hijacked. Which flight are you on?
Right, so they're in the back of the cockpit. Or in the back, the cockpit is not answering. Somebody's stabbed in business class, and I think there's mace. That we can't breathe. I don't know. I think we're getting hijacked. Well, I mean, there's kind of a big difference between getting hijacked and not getting hijacked. There's a kind of, I don't know if there's a grey area there. Well, I think it's maybe, I don't know. I'm the flight attendant. Someone got stabbed. There could be mace. I think it might be a hijack. Cool as a cucumber, by the way. Cool as a cucumber. Well, we might be getting hijacked. I think there could be mace. We can't breathe. Someone got stabbed. I don't know who. Don't know where. Or just, yeah, I don't know. Doesn't quite sit right with me. I mean, she could be a cool, calm, collective dude. Her Wikipedia would certainly give you that impression. But I think there's mace. Well, if anybody's here has been hit with pepper spray or mace, there's no think about it. You fucking know, all right. You know. There's no if, buts, or maybes when you get pepper sprayed. You know. Your skin's burned. Your eyes are watering non-stop. You can hardly breathe, man. And it goes on and on. Even when you're washing it, it goes on. I have been pepper sprayed, but it was what happened with me is I got caught in the crossfire. So one time, one of my friends got arrested, and it was shocking, man. It was like 4 police officers fucking just proper piled in, and the mace was out, and of course I'm trying to get them away. I mean, they were beating him up, and in the process, I've got maced in the face. In fact, it never even hit. It was like the just being close to it was enough. None of it actually hit me. It was just because it was that close. It was burning my eyes. I could taste it. It was burning my throat. There was no, I might have got maced. I did get maced. But you can't hear, I mean, if people are being maced, right? You can't hear any coughing or people giving it, I can't breathe, I can't see. Because that's what you would be saying, in my view.
That we can't breathe? I don't know. I think we're getting hijacked.
Which flight are you on?
Flight 12.
And what seat are you in?
Now, there I mean, did she say flight 12? It sounded like 2 people said it. Flight 12. But the problem there is it's not flight 12, it's flight 11. And you could say, well, I mean, you're a flight attendant, you go on different flights, you could maybe be mistaken, possibly. Do you know? But it was weird that it was like 2 people said at the same time. It could have been a weird echo glitch. But it was like 2 people said flight 12, but it's not flight 12. And then the operator's saying, look, and what seat are you in? And there's like a silence. And it's a bit like, oh, are they saying, look, actually, it's flight 11. I don't know why you've said flight 12. So it goes silent a wee bit.
Ma'am, are you there?
Yes.
What seat are you in?
Ma'am, what seat are you in? We just left Boston. We're up in the air.
I know.
We're supposed to go to L.A., and the cockpit's not answering their phone.
Okay, but what seat are you sitting in? What's the number of your seat?
Okay, I'm in my jump seat right now.
What seat are you sitting in? What's the number of your seat?
Even that, if we just look at that, I thought that was a bit strange as well. Right, what seat are you in? Well, we're just left Boston. We're up in the air. Yeah, well, we gathered that much. Did you need to say that? What seat are you in? Well, we just left Boston. We're up in the air. We're supposed to be going to LA. Well, you're supposed to be. Is that one? Is that what the captain said when the flight took off? We're supposed to be going to LA. We're supposed to be going to LA. And this is at a time where you're unsure if you're even being hijacked. We're up in the air. We're supposed to be going to LA. And the cockpit's not answering their phone. What seat are you sitting in? What's the number of the seat? Cockpit's not answering their phone.
What seat are you sitting in? What's the number of your seat?
Okay, I'm in my jump seat right now.
Okay.
At 3R.
Okay, you're the flight attendant? I'm sorry, did you say you're the flight attendant?
Hello?
Yes, hello?
What is your
Hi.
name?
You're going to have to speak
He's not
up. I
hearing
can't
it.
hear you.
Sure, what is your name?
Okay, my name is Betty Ong. I'm number 3 on flight 11.
Okay.
What was
And
flight
the
12?
cockpit is not answering their phone. And there's somebody stabbed in business class, and we can't breathe in business class. Somebody's got mace or something.
So, and there's somebody stabbed in business class and we can't breathe. It doesn't sound like people can't breathe though. And you're like, can't breathe. You know, that sort of thing. Because that's what it would be like. Trust me, if you've been maced, you'll know. Somebody's got mace or something. Well, what is it, a fucking deodorant can? Is it mace or not? There's no grey area. And why would they make... I mean, what? Who have they maced? Who's used mace? There's mace, but you've not seen who's used it. No mention of terrorists. The hijackers. Someone got stabbed, there's mace. But you don't know who or what or where or when. Can you describe the person that you said someone...
Can you describe the person that you said someone is what in business class?
I'm sitting in the back. Somebody's coming back from business. If you can hold on for 1 second, they're coming back.
If you hold on, they're coming... Who's coming back?
I want to know who thinks stabbed who, you know? I don't know.
You want to know who stabbed who?
Okay. Our number 1 got stabbed. Our person is stabbed. Nobody knows who stabbed who, and we can't even get up to business class right now because nobody can breathe. Our number 1 is stabbed right now.
Okay.
And our number 5.
So nobody can breathe. But it doesn't sound like nobody can breathe. In my view. Our number 1 got stabbed, our purser got stabbed. So 2 people have been stabbed now. 2 people. Nobody knows who stabbed who. Nobody. No, nobody. Not one person on the plane knows who stabbed who. They just appeared to be stabbed out of the blue. I mean, surely somebody would... 2 people have been stabbed, but nobody fucking seen it. Nobody. How does that work? I mean, probably not beyond the realms of possibility, but it's a fucking weird one, that. Nobody. Nobody's got a clue what happened. How quick did this happen? And all of a sudden they're locked in the cockpit. 2 people are stabbed, there's mace. How did it happen? Don't ask me. Did anybody see? Nobody seen it?
Nobody knows who stabbed who, and we can't even get up to business class right now because nobody can breathe. Our number 1 is stabbed right now.
Okay.
And our number 5, our first class passengers are first class galley flight attendant and our pursers and staff. And we can't get to the cockpit. The door won't open.
So they can't get into the cockpit. The door won't open. They can't get in. The door won't open. But they've nobody's seen anybody going in. And yet 2 people have been stabbed. There's mace. The cockpit's locked. They're not answering their phone in the cockpit. Are these people being gassed by the pilots? Could that have been a potential scenario? I think it's mace, but they're not sure.
Yeah, I'm taking down all the information. We're also, of course, recording this. At this point,
This is operations. What flight number are we talking about?
Flight 12.
Flight 12. Okay, we're on flight 11 right now. This is flight 11.
It's flight 11. I'm sorry, Nydia.
Boston to Los Angeles.
Yes.
See, again, a wee bit because she said flight 12. Well, actually, she got it wrong. It was flight 11. You could say, well, hey, simple wee mistake.
Our number 1 has been stabbed, and our 5 has been stabbed. Can anybody get up to the cockpit? Can anybody get up to the cockpit? Okay, we can't even get into the cockpit. We don't know who's up there.
We can't get into the cockpit. We don't know who's up. I mean, were these terrorists, were they fucking invisible? I mean, they must have been invisible. I mean, how could they have possibly done all that? And nobody's seen them? Nobody knew who it was? I mean, because in your mind, you kind of think, right, they must have had a seat, right? How many was there? 2 or 3 box cutters. They've stabbed 2 people. Nobody's fucking seen this? Nobody's seen it. And now they're locked in the cockpit. And there's mace.
Well, if they were shrewd, they would keep the door closed. And
I'm sorry?
would they not?
See, that was an interesting thing to say as well. The guy's like, well, if they were shrewd, they would keep the door closed. Is he referring to the hijackers or the pilots? I'm unsure. I think he means the pilots. He's thinking, well, they fucking locked the door, so no cunt's getting in. Do you know? Oh, it's getting hijacked. Lock the door. Keep them out. I mean, I kind of thought these doors were locked all the time, but hey, maybe they're not.
Maintain a sterile cockpit.
I think the guys are up there. They might have jammed their way up there or something. Nobody can call the cockpit. We can't even get inside.
So I think the guys are up there. The guys. So we know who it is now. I think the guys are up there. They might have gone there, jammed their way up there or something. Nobody can call the cockpit. We can't even get inside. What, none of them can kick the door down? Well, wait a second, Angel. My daughter. So I kind of think, wait a minute, these people, they must have been invisible. None of it appears to make sense. There's no panic, there's no, there's confusion. But there's no panic, there's no sense of anxiety. There's no sense of, look, sort this out, we need this sorted out. Seemingly 2 people are stabbed. There's mace. You can't get the pilot, there's no getting into the cockpit. I mean, it's a strange one. There's another maybe 4 or 5 minutes, but I think what we'll do is we'll come back to it because my daughter's now being a little bugger, so I'll need to sort that out. So we kind of got to the end. To be honest, I didn't even think we'd get to the Betty Ong part. So we done well to get to that. But we still need to kind of finish that, look at her Wikipedia, and there's another a couple of bits actually to get into. So what we'll probably, most likely in the near future, we'll do a kind of after party, and it'll be a continuation. I mean, there's so much to be said. It's quite phenomenal in regards to the amount of stuff that you can cover and get into. It's a gigantic topic. It's like a gigantic can of worms, man. Maggots, leeches. Not one you want to open. So what did we go for? 24. I mean, that's a fair bit. That's good going, that. Right? So don't say I don't try. I at least try. He's a trier. You've got to like a trier. So let me think. Friday. Friday tomorrow. Well, today now. Saturday, Sunday. I think we could potentially be back on Sunday. So if you're about, don't be in doubt. Come out and see what it's all about. Fucking Robert Burns, eat your heart out. Eat your heart out. The new Burns, well, nah, maybe not. You need to be a master mason to be Robert Burns, of course, right? So when we do come back, we'll likely finish off Betty Ong, if you pardon the pun. It's an interesting one, and I'm kind of drawn to it. I feel that it needs to be a bit more attention. And I know Mark Conlon's done a fair bit on it, so I think we could bring Mark's work into it as well, and hopefully maybe get Mark on again in the near future. So what we're going to do now is we're going to call it a night. Thanks to Linda, to Toffee, and to everyone else who joined. And Dawn, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. All the way down under. RD, thank you kindly. I hope you're doing well. God bless you. Oh, Mark as well. Loved the young ones. Yeah, it was great, right? It was great. Comedy gold, man. Absolute gold. You would never get that today. I don't think he's dead. Oh, I think possibly in reference to Rick Mail. Hey, I wouldn't rule that out. I wonder who he is playing now. He's a new character. I mean, honestly, you would never know. You would never know in that respect. But I hope you're doing well, Martin, Toffee, Charmin, Linda. If I missed you, I'll catch you through the week. If I don't see you through the week, I'll see you through the windy, right? And we'll come back to Betty Ong, and a few more bits. And we'll finish off the phone call. We'll look at the wiki. And yeah, you'll see what I'm getting at. Cheers, Toffee. Much appreciated. My voice is going now. Kept me company, but hey, that means I'm half your wage now, right? You just send it in. Half the wage, blank check, that'll do. Just send it in, right? Thanks for joining. Thanks for engaging. And I look forward to chatting again. No Sensum tonight, so most likely sitting stuffing his face in some curry shop. You can imagine him, right? But I hope he's doing well, and I hope everyone has a good weekend. I mean, I can't see it tomorrow or Saturday. Sunday night, it would look probably late Sunday night. We'll get a good catch up again, and I'll play a wee tune and we'll call it a night. Hey, always remember, no fear, never in doubt. Nobody gets in your way. Nobody! You do what you've got to do. Don't let anybody stop you. No matter who they think they are. Nobody. And like I always say, no matter what, no matter where, do not comply. And that